whatever source, because for 15 months, every stitch of evidence has been consistent with my client's innocence.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the transparency. Good morning. Karen Reed case. You know, I really got to talk about this stream, this tech stream.
My client suffers. In the meantime, her life is on hold, while she spends every waking moment defending herself emotionally, intellectually, and financially. We cannot abide by excuses any longer. We need this court's help. We need you, Your Honor, respectfully.
Juror, quote, believes that every member of the jury, if asked, will confirm that the jury reached not guilty verdicts.
Adding to the stage, what is up? There we go. Trooper Paul.
The smaller versions here in the light blue is one's the fire hydrants, the flagpole. This is a label for the street 34, and also the street name Fairview Road here.
Okay, so there's your little camera view overview, your little exhibit. The juror said, hey, I wish I had like a map of where all the pieces were found. Okay. Yeah, about that. Good morning, guys. What's up? What's good? Let's just start ripping some shots right now because this is just crazy. Come on in. Good morning. All right. So they were provided. This is an exhibit. This was an exhibit that they were given. So we're clear. I want to talk about their map. Their map. Okay.
Now,
what, if anything?
as far as measurements were concerned, what, if anything, were you able to do to measure sort of between different points of roadway evidence, or specifically from the pedestrian or Mr. O'Keefe's final arrest in reference to other items that you have depicted on the back?
So, on these diagrams, I can start to see here, but it is a scale diagram. The diagram itself is scale. Once you put it, roll up to the actual paper, it's scale. I've also have on here, sorry to see, but there's things right here. They're called ground control points. They're little X's on the roadway. They are used for the drones imaging, and using the drone imaging will use those in order to help put all the pictures back together. At the time of this, I measure between each point from ground control point 1 to 2 and put it as approximately 50 feet. And 2 to 3 is 50 feet, and 3 to 4 is 50 feet. So it kind of is the second way to measure off the diagram, and also using the program to measure 2 different points while using the diagram.
And as far as starting with the shoe that you have depicted in this diagram, what was the measurement of the shoe away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I believe the shoe was approximately, I don't know my thing, it's approximately 10 feet away.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the trooper refer to his report just to the specific measurements?
Yes. No, he didn't like that answer. He's like, I don't know, maybe like 10 feet away. Let's see what the answer is.
Okay.
Sorry, trooper, with regard to the shoe, how far away approximately was that from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
9 feet.
You can also
9
have a
feet.
measurement for how far away
How do you know
the
that?
pieces
You know where
were
his
from
body
Mr.
was?
O'Keefe's body.
Yeah, 1 foot.
Use a dash
And
cam.
for the red plastic you have labeled on this diagram is 8. How far away from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Okay.
This is where the triggers.
Okay, these are the triggers. Okay, this is wild. All right, so this is what the juror is saying, this tech data stream right here. Oh, well, we got all this fucking information here. You guys, there are no dates associated with any of this shit. Odometer. ODO, right? 12629, 12629, 11973, 11604. Accelerator pedal at 12665. Let's hear how he says this. Let's hear Trooper Paul here.
It's the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. You see elapsed time and key cycles. I have noted through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Okay.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are 2 triggers reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the
Okay, you have to either come close or speak up even louder.
speak louder.
There's no microphone near you. That's the problem with the court recorder.
My issue is, Your Honor, there's no light over here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as 2 triggering events, at 12,629, correct?
Yes.
And that occurs prior to the 12,665, 12,666 during the course of your braking and acceleration test, correct?
Correct.
And the mileage difference between those two, did you do that math?
Yes.
What was the mileage difference between the two?
36.
And how many key cycles were different between your testing and that odometer reading of 12,629?
2 key cycles.
Now, as far as what if any information did you have and where did you get it in relation to the defendant's vehicle's path of travel prior to those odometer readings that you noted when you did your
Yeah. So yeah, I was told that where he traveled afterwards.
Objection, I was
prior to
told.
that, I was noted their locations, and I used those locations through Google to get a mileage for them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I was told as hearsay.
Oh, you another document, sir? Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Those are the Google directions. I put them in a table and put in my report.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the witness next.
No objection. Did you?
All right, I have 1 minute, Your Honor.
Yes.
There's a lot of key cycles between the
May I return to the
1082
witness,
and
sir?
Yes.
111.
And Your Honor, of course, permission if I could publish it to the jury.
Okay.
All right, here, I made this an exhibit.
So if you could, Mark, submit it to her.
For Paul's doing math here, guys. Pay
Counsel, Paul,
attention.
recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit before you.
Yes, I do.
These are, again, if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at here and how you came to these mileage rules.
Yes. So when I got the directions, it showed that we got from 34 Fairview Road to 1 Meadows Ave. And when I put that address onto Google, it gave me suggested routes. So I put each suggested route on there and the time it took. So I did that with every direction from 1 Meadows Ave to Waterfall to 12 Country Lane, and 12 Country Lane to 1 Meadows Ave, and then 1 Meadows Ave to 345 Country Hill Drive, North Dayton. So I did that for every single one to find suggested routes. So which is labeled in all these boxes here. And then at the bottom here, I did a total distance, and I did a min and the max distance of, the minimum was 36.1 and a max distance of 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute and I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Why? You guys, I love this shit. So what I'm doing right now is I'm printing everything that you guys see on the screen. I make it into my own exhibit. Hence why you guys were here to see the exhibits on a later date. So we have all the exhibits. All right. And so what he's basically
Yes.
And as far as any further label that you put on it, how did you label it?
I labeled them as in when they occurred. One's 12,629A and one other one's 12,629B.
And with respect to the A and B, which one occurred first?
The A occurred first.
Okay, may I approach, Ron?
Yes.
First, no, you have another document after you do that. Finish.
Yep.
And do you recognize that?
I do. It's the data chart from the 12,629 miles A chart.
May I approach, January?
Yes.
Almost 60 minutes. No objection.
You guys, this is what determined it for the jurors right here. This is the tech stream data. This is the data
Yes.
from the Lexus car.
May I return this to the witness, John?
Yes.
Report submission, may I
Yes.
So with the document before you, what's now up on the screen, do you recognize that as what's now been marked as the next exhibit?
I do.
And if you could, describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles.
Okay. So each row starting from the top is the vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it, right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened. So right here is where it kind of goes from 4.5 to 4.6, then it goes up to 5, then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one, total time of 10 seconds. And I'll split time from trigger, just kind of label it back to, here's the trigger right here, and that's the time between each one. Sorry if I can read this right. So and right here, this is the vehicle speeds. The blue is just labeled because that's the speed. Zeros are labeled as the light blue is 0. So if I could read this. So this starts from, shows that the vehicle is traveling at 9.9 miles per hour. It's slowing down to about 0 right here, and then stops for that time, and then increases back, speeds back up to, it goes up to 6.2, and then slows back down to 0, and then back up to 1.7 to, I think it's 8.7. I read that right?
Yeah, she sped off.
And next below for us is miles per hour to kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where this trigger comes from, because the trigger is labeled as the accelerator pedal opening angle is medium to higher immediately after shifting to reverse. All right, they label it as R.
If I could stop you there just a second. So as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that term means and how that relates to sort of the operation of it?
So the accelerator pedal is, the part where everybody puts the foot on and gets the vehicle to go. So the pedal, so this is what's showing how far the pedal is actually pressed by the
Can you explain that to the jury for us? Can you explain what the accelerator pedal is? Oh, for fuck the love. Woo! Let's start our Sunday off. Can you explain what that accelerator pedal does?
And that gives you a percentage of that. So if it's, zero's not pressed, and 100% is all the way down. So they label the trigger, I think 30% is medium to higher in this way Toyota labels it. So then that's where you'll see the trigger is around 31.5%. And I'll show from the beginning, goes from 0 and increases up to 50.5%, 50.5%. And that's 5 seconds. That's only, a little over a second past the trigger. And so it's 50% and then back off, and then back onto the accelerator again, up to 34%.
Now, as far as this data is concerned, the VCH data from the Toyota Texas, what, if any, information are you able to glean as far as directionality, as far as forward, reverse, left, right, things like that from this data?
So on this label right here, it shows the shift position signal. One is forward and 2 is reverse. So this right here is showing the vehicle was in drive and going forward, and then the vehicle got shifted into reverse, and then back to drive again.
For the 3-point turn?
Now, from your experience,
for the 3-point turn,
interpreting this type of
turn around,
do you have any opinion as to sort of what type of maneuver or what type of actions the vehicle was taking during the course of this triggering event?
Yes, this appears the vehicle was slowing down and making a U-turn. Because also the other thing into it, it shows steering signal, and the steering wheel showed that she was driving left and then right and the back left again, and also when she's on the brake switch.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could just retrieve one now before.
So, yep.
The document that I just handed you now, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's the one, the 12,000, the data chart from my report as labeled as 12,629 miles B.
So that's the second triggering event within this same mileage reading on the odometer, same key cycle?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come on, please. No objection.
Breakfast with Champions, guys. This is unfucking-believable. I got a tailgate for the Browns game somehow.
Just one
I'm
moment,
a tailgate through stupidity. Woo! Oh, Alan's gonna mess them up on. I see.
Yes, and for the sake of taking the best use of our time, if they're in evidence for the rest of this afternoon, both of you can then just ask to go ahead and put them up and not ask for permission this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Paul, come on in here.
And if you recall, you recognize what's up on the screen now.
I do.
This is the VCH data chart from that same mileage or the second triggering event as far as 12,629 miles feet, correct?
Correct.
And again, this is in the same odometer range as well as the same key cycle as what was just up on the screen as far as 12,629 miles A, correct?
Yes.
This occurs after A, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, similar to before, when it comes to this VCH data up on the screen, if you could, using the laser pointer, demonstrate to the jury what, if anything, of significance you know with respect to this data.
So for this one, same label as before, as you said. The vehicle control history time is, if I can see that, the trigger time is 1,142.2 seconds after key cycle. And this one shows all the same thing, 10 seconds of data. And what's good, so the vehicle speed on this one shows that she's slowing down. It's 13.7 miles per hour and gets down to 0. Then she's down to 0 for a while, and then the vehicle's speed increases up to 24.2 miles per hour at its max speed. Then it goes down to 23.6 as the last two labels. An accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is 36.5 and increases up to 74.5%. And it stays around 74.5%, 74, 73.5, and 74.
Now, that's 74.5% as far as the pressure being applied to the accelerator pedal, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to that, 74.5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Woo!
Now, with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if
go,
anything, are you able to tell
baby.
from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one, and they both occurred within on the same odometer mileage.
Now,
8
with respect
minutes.
to the duration
Okay,
of
let's
the
talk
data
about
that you were
that.
able to obtain from this one, specifically 12.
Okay, so let's talk about this like jurors would. You guys remember when Chief Paul was saying this shit? .602, back it up, just what is it right here?
5, that's about 3/4 down, is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
Use my brain.
with regard to this data from 12,629 miles B, what, if anything, are you able to tell from this data as far as when that occurred in relation to 12,629A?
So they occurred about approximately 8 minutes. So 1269A
8 minutes.
occurred 8 minutes prior to the other one. And
Okay, so we're going to treat this as a math problem. 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So we'll label it A blank, B blank plus 8 is B equals A plus 8 minutes. Let's see if I'm a genius or if I fucking blow. Show you guys what I'm talking about here. Good morning. We're going to try this at home first. So we'll see if we know anything about math. Just so you guys can see my Hector that I want to bring in. Get over here, Hector. All right. 8 minutes. It's like the Justin Timberlake song, but 8 minutes. So A equals this. So, and then B is going to be A plus 8 minutes. Okay. So this is a math problem. Okay. We're going to make it into a simple math problem. Simple math. All right. 8 minutes. Now, so they left the waterfall, right? At what time? They arrive at 34 Fairview. What time? Good morning, everybody. Just getting our day started the right way. Now go back to Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul, tell us all about it.
they both occurred on the same odometer mileage.
Now, with respect to the duration of the data that you were able to obtain from this one, specifically 12629 miles.
Yes, she was
speed,
waiting and then she
what
pulled
kind
off.
of duration
Whoa.
of data are we looking at in this?
Yes, she was
chart?
waiting and then she pulled off.
What?
So
Say that again.
How long a period of time does this?
So this is from the start of key cycle, or this whole just this one.
Just this one.
Okay. So this is 10 seconds of data.
And
10 seconds of data.
with respect to that 10 seconds of data.
Then what's the 8 minutes?
As far as the 24.2 miles.
Then what's
per
the
hour,
8 motherfucking minutes?
When does
Good
that
question.
occur within the 10 seconds of data for this particular event?
So 24.2, as I'll point out, is right here. It's actually around the 9-second mark.
Now, similar to the other charts for A that was up on the screen a moment before, is there an indication as far as the accelerator pedal opening angle?
Yes.
And what, if any, significance does that have, or what, if anything, does that indicate to you?
What
from
if
this data
anything?
also?
It shows that the accelerator pedal angle went up to 74.5%. So as out of 100%, it went up to 74.5%.
The fuck?
Now, with respect to direct
Okay,
sound,
okay,
for this,
no,
what, if
no,
any, data is
no.
contained within this?
These jurors are so fucking dumb. There is no way that they're understanding a word that this man is saying right now. Okay, I have to have a notepad out here that I'm trying to follow what this man is saying, right? And you're telling me that the jurors are like, oh my God, yeah, that data, I totally got this data. You can't have it both ways. Either y'all are dumb, okay? But maybe they're like, oh, this is totally what I'm a math person. Like, I don't have any common sense, but man, I could do this all day.
Chart in respect to that.
Yeah, so on the bottom row, it shows the steering signal. It just shows slowing down zeros like 0.5.
Oh, we're aware.
9, 13.5, 13.5. I think it's 13.5, 0, 4.5. And we're talking about steering wheel.
Okay.
How far does the steering wheel move from left to
Jen.
right? So that's the degrees of a steering wheel angle.
Now, as far as when the vehicle is shifted sort of from drive or neutral or park or whatever it was, at some point, is there an indication in this data set on this table as far as when the vehicle was placed into reverse?
Yes.
And how far into this 10-second data set was the vehicle placed into reverse?
At 4 seconds, it's right here.
And so, am I correct then that there is?
So at 4 seconds, right? So out of the 10 seconds, within 4 seconds, all right, put that on my paper.
A 5-second difference between 4 seconds when it's placed in reverse and 9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 24.2 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the 74.5% pressure that's placed on the accelerator pedal, when is that recorded in seconds in relation to the 10-second data set in this table?
74.5 starts at the 8-second.
8-second mark. Okay, got
Now,
you.
as far as this trigger is concerned, I understand.
Trigger, baby.
The maximum speed is 24.2. Is that correct?
Correct.
24.
And what is the vehicle speed reported at the end of this 10-second data?
23.6.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
As far as the vehicle being
everything is off of the odometer.
Reverse, things of that nature.
Everything's off of the odometer. Thank you,
You
Lana.
observe within this data set as far as how it is at the beginning, how it changes at all. What happens with regard to that in the data set?
So this one shows that the vehicle was in drive. It starts off in drive. It's slowing down to 0, and it goes to 0, which is neutral. Then goes down. Then it goes into reverse. So it's going straight, it stops, then gets placed in reverse, and then goes back, goes in reverse.
Now, as far as
it goes straight, stops, and then goes in reverse. Okay, so goes straight. So just hear me out on this. If I'm parked in a driveway and I get in the car to a car that I'm not used to driving, and I have to move Alexis
As the
to get onto a what do you call it? If I have to move Alexis to get onto a tow trucks, but if I'm not used to driving this Lexus, if I get in, I could put the car in drive on accident and start beginning to go forward, right? Right? And then realize, okay, wait, no, I have to hit this button. Like, where's the reverse on this damn thing? I'm not fucking used to driving this car. I'm the tow truck driver, right? And so, okay, it's right here. So then I got to put it in reverse and go back. Okay. All right. So, okay.
the reverse is concerned, you indicated there's also some steering angles that are recorded with this data.
Yes.
You have to cut
And
the wheel.
what, if anything, was
So like
recorded
when you're
in
backing
this
out of a
10 seconds
driveway to
data?
then.
Specifically, I'm asking from the time that it goes to reverse to the
Okay.
end of the set,
Okay.
the end of the data set. What, if anything, do you observe with reference to the change in steering angle of the steering wheel?
It does not change
Totally agree.
much. It's only 13. I think as far as it goes, it's left. It's at 13.5%. So that's only, I mean, if the steering wheel's a circle, the whole circle is 360 degrees. So 13.5% is only, and it's still fairly straight in the vehicle.
You don't think 13.5% is even like moving it at all?
So from this data,
Dude, that's over 10%. That's 13%.
this vehicle is backing up in the manner of about 5 seconds or so. In a
5
fairly
seconds.
straight line and achieves a maximum
Fairly straight
speed of
line.
24.2 miles per hour.
Where's this little 3-point turn he was just talking about? The fuck is he talking about right now?
Correct.
And even at the end of this data set, the vehicle is still traveling approximately 23.6 miles per hour.
Correct.
Now, as far as the small deviations in the steering that you were testifying about, based on your training and
Same,
experience,
Becky.
what, if anything, would cause that?
This is
Well, the steering
this is
wheel
what the
is
jury
caused by
decided,
operator.
you guys. Based on Turtle Boy's interview, I was like, oh, I'm playing this because I am totally like, there is no way that these dipshits understood a damn thing to be like, oh, I totally get it. I totally get it. No, motherfuckers, you didn't get shit. You don't even know what reasonable doubt means in the definition. Okay, you don't know dick, but you know fucking this. Yep, this is what sealed it for me, this data. The incompleteness of evidence data that has no timestamps, no dates. This sealed it for you, though, right? The fuck out of here. Okay. And Alan Jackson blows this up. He says, remember when I just like 10 minutes ago, when I said that's hearsay, what I was given, what I was told, what the movements that I was told that this vehicle made. Objection. They need to object to that. That's hearsay. You're going to win on that objection. What I was told, man, get the fuck out of here. You were told. You're going to need to lay more foundation for that. Because that question needs to come up to whoever told him that these were the movements of Karen Reed's vehicle when she was turning on the vehicle, when she was turning off the vehicle for these key cycles. Okay. Bullshit. I don't believe any of jurors could make a sense of this mumbo jumbo. I can promise you, go read Turtle Boy's interview. This is what sealed it for them in terms of this data. Going off of these key cycles, okay? But there's 2 key cycles missing. So to do the where's key cycle 011163? It goes from 6.2 to 6.4. It's like, where's 6.3? How are you missing that? Unbelievable.
Traveling only small amounts. All right, and I'll update here. So it's only just operator steering at those small deviations.
You want me to coach?
Yes.
I gotta pull out my damn exhibits. This is what they were looking at in the room. Fuck the leaf blower, not throwing up pieces of shards like everywhere. You know what? I would use a leaf blower totally to my advantage. Hey, do you guys see those huge red shards just flying at you? No, we don't see anything flying at us. Or you guys are like flying it across the yard? No, because there were no shards on the ground, right? Why don't you go take a shard? Fucking idiots. I can't even believe how stupid this is. Them Georgia fans still sleeping.
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a more of a closer up snippet of that document that I have attached to my report.
And Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes.
Sorry, hard practice.
I just sped him up.
Policy to introduce them to the next exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
Remember, Jen McCabe drove her car after she was at 34 Fairview. Okay, here we go. Zoom in, bitch. Okay, yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. Okay.
Trooper Paul, once depicted up on the screen as this next exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the juror's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this portion of the case.
Yeah, so I circled in here the drop from 24.2 to 23.6, and also the steering wheel signal went from a left at 4.5 to a right 4.5, so positive to a negative. And also the same thing with the cellular opening ratio, kind of stays consistently at 74%.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Remember that Jen McCabe drove her vehicle. Let's not forget that. Jen McCabe drove her vehicle.
I'm showing you another document.
She was the last person.
Do you recognize that?
I did.
What do you recognize that to be?
It's a vehicle control history distance chart I have attached, I calculated and attached to my report.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see if you can introduce them to the next exhibit.
Go ahead and publish it if you're inclined.
Publish it if you're inclined. Well, this is proof that jurors don't believe a word defense attorneys say, which is bad. Yeah.
Paul, you
Oh,
recognize what's up on
way
the
more
screen is
clear.
now marked as exhibit 596.
I do.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, let me ask you this first. As far as this table and this information up on the screen, I should have asked this before. How was this table created, and what, if anything, does this illustrate?
Yeah, so this illustrates from the chart of 12,609B. I started from when the vehicle was placed into
Odometer.
reverse, and when it immediately goes from 0.
God, he is such a horrible explainer. Okay. VCH distance chart, 12,629B. That's the odometer, what it was at. Okay. Fucking idiot. This is what he's saying. All right. But what he just said there, how would those people even know that?
And travels up to 23.6. Just that's like the
This is in reverse. So time in reverse, 0, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, what? 0 to 23.6 miles per hour. God damn. What is this? How does it go from being like, I mean, that's a pretty big jerky jerk.
last part of that last.
But if you're like trying to get your car up something and you're like, and your tires are spinning, you would be like moving, like you would be like jerking your car. But I don't know why the fuck you'd be in reverse to do that. Unless you were stuck in a driveway.
Chart we had.
And what, if anything, were you able to do as far as distance travel, and how were you able to determine that?
So I used the spherical speeds and the time, and calculated a distance that the vehicle traveled during this time.
And as far as the total distance traveled from the 0 to the 23.6 at the end, what was the total distance there?
97.35 feet.
And with respect to the.
How did you know? How do you know that?
24.2 miles per hour.
Wait a second. How do you know the car traveled 97.35? That came out of the car, that like feet, 97.35. He said feet, right? You just do. Just do, damn it.
Reported within this data set.
Woo,
How
go
much distance had the vehicle
Brown.
traveled prior to achieving that 24.2 mile per hour?
62.51 feet.
Thanks. I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
Yes.
65 feet. So they're saying that she then went 65 feet in the reverse, then goes back into
Now,
drive.
With regard to, based on your training and experience, with respect to this type of data and crash reconstruction in general,
It's
this
just, he didn't measure
ridiculous,
anything.
set of data.
This is just the
from-
data. This is the data.
Who's the name again? From 12,629 miles B. What, if any, type of collision is that data set consistent with, and what?
Yeah, there's a point there where it appears to be consistent with a pedestrian strike.
And
You
why
guys.
is it that your interpretation of that?
You guys, I think the prosecution's biggest mistake here is taking Lally off the case. This man made it so there's a hung jury. Okay. If you actually put a good lawyer on this case and run this case from the prosecution standpoint, it's going to favor the defense. Okay. Because this is all already lost upon everybody. Okay. But it sounds and it looks like there's all this data. But if you're going to be moving with somebody's a lot quicker, all right, and just going to try to like hit on certain things, I truly believe that is going to hurt the prosecution, because this shit helped the prosecution. This helped with the jurors. Okay. It worked. Exactly. And now, so you just took your MVP off the case. Your MVP is literally Lally, in my opinion. Now you're going to give this to somebody that every person that he questions is going to be reduced significantly in time. All right. And that's going to play to the favor of Karen Reed's defense team. 100%. Like, no questions asked. Okay. The points of emphasis with the defense are going to hit a lot harder, a lot quicker. All right. So I personally believe that they're making a huge mistake by taking their MVP from trial one, which is Lally, off the case, in terms of that he's going to be what, sitting second chair. I don't know, maybe he'll do a couple direct examinations, but I personally believe that Lally is the MVP for the state, trial one, because he got a hung jury.
That data you feel is consistent with the pedestrian strike?
It's the sudden change of speed at 24.2 to 23.6 and a half
Yeah,
seconds.
they're trying her
While
again.
the accelerator
January.
pedal is still at a consistent 74%. And also the steering wheel angle goes left at 4.5 degrees and also goes right to 4.5 degrees and then goes back to left after that. So right at that spot is something that's consistent with a pedestrian strike.
So
Now,
wait.
with
What are you
respect
fucking
to,
talking about?
Mr. O'Keefe.
You just can't say that this is consistent with hitting a What are you talking about? That would be consistent with somebody just every guy that drives their freaking motorcycles around here and their cars and they're all souped up, freaking floor that shit. All right. And I'm like, come on, guys. Either your dick's that small or like you really, really, really love cars, because this is ridiculous. You don't need to do all that in the mornings. Like, come on. We don't need to hear that. And so I think I've gone with the latter. They have small dicks, so they need to do that. But this is consistent with the pedestrian strike. Wait, what is consistent with a pedestrian strike?
pedestrian in this collision. What, if any, data were you able to see or review in relation to your reconstruction analysis in this case?
Say
As far as Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you learn about his injuries?
Like what types of injuries he had?
Yes.
Yeah, there were blunt force injuries. I believe it was abrasions or lacerations, and blunt force injuries.
What about his fucking head, you
And
dumb
the
bitch?
injuries that you observed or that you were informed about, that you learned this from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, you talked
And
to
with
her?
respect to the injuries Mr. O'Keefe was recorded as having sustained, according to the medical examiner, what, if any, relationship did those injuries have to you in relation to a pedestrian?
Cheers, Super Paul.
Sorry, say it again.
Yeah,
As
come
far as
again.
the injuries that you were informed by the
Woohoo,
medical
Jim.
examiner that Mr. O'Keefe had sustained,
Yes.
what, if any, relationship did those injuries have in relation to a pedestrian collision?
Woo, Jen, baby.
They are consistent with a pedestrian collision.
And how so?
How so?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury to the arm, with the lacerations of the arm from the tail lights, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking the Lexus.
Oh, striking
Now,
the Lexus. Oh, you mean being
specifically with
struck by the
reference
Lexus?
to this case,
Fucking idiot.
what, if any, analysis did you conduct with regard?
Did you just hear what he said? He said striking the Lexus. No, it would be the Lexus striking the object. You get what I'm trying to say? Strike. I wouldn't have said it that way. There's no fucking way I would have said it that way. This would be consistent with being struck by that Lexus, not what he said, which is basically the opposite way, like me striking the Lexus. I didn't strike the fucking Lexus. The Lexus struck me. People can't form sentences. People suck balls.
Collision.
And how so?
Due to, I mean, we can break down each injury to the arm, with the lacerations of the arm from the tail lights, the dent where the scratches for his hand could be. Those are something that would be consistent with this in this particular case with striking the Lexus.
Dumbass.
Now, specifically with reference to this case,
Striking
what, if
Lexus.
any, analysis did you conduct with regard to kinematics?
Yes, I did a kinematics analysis in my report. Kinematics deals with the aspect of motion.
And I'm sorry, if you
Motion.
could expand upon that just a little bit and explain to the jury sort of what a kinematics analysis is.
So kinematics analysis is, like I said, it deals with the aspects of motion. Pedestrian crashes get labeled in certain types of how they interact. So in this particular case, I kind of labeled it as it's a forward projection crash with a side swipe. And what I mean by forward projection means that when a pedestrian gets struck by a vehicle, well, basically their principal impact forces are above the pedestrian center of gravity, as in this case where you get the higher.
Okay, so hear me out. This is really, really important. Okay. I said that there was a lot of things that I believe that Karen Reed's team needs to do, and they needed to depose people. Okay. So I don't know if there was any depositions that were done in this case prior to going to trial. I don't know if it's because there wasn't time. All right. But I'm telling you right now, if Karen Reed's team does not perform depositions, all right, what the fuck? What I mean by that and why it's important is you want to know what these people are going to be testifying to. All right. If you depose somebody, that's what you're going to get out of it. Right. You want to depose them, see what they're going to be testifying to. And you could say, oh, well, I can get that out of my report. No, you can get a lot of someone's report. All right. But people get to help people with those reports, and don't think that they don't. They fucking do. And just because somebody can type something up, why don't you see how they're going to sound when they're speaking? All right. I would depose the fuck out of these people. I would depose them. And that way I could see where I can expose them. And this guy, I mean, fuck, shit. Yeah, about that. So there better be depositions happening. All right. I think that Tully needs to be deposed because there were so many questions that Tully was not asked. And it pissed me off And I don't know if the defense was just like, dude, we got this nutted because like there's just reasonable doubt all over this fucking thing. And like, come on, like, but I want depositions. If I'm Karen Reed, I want depositions, and I want to sit in every single one of them, and I want to stare those motherfuckers down. Okay, that's what I want my money spent on.
Back of the vehicle.
Because think about it, there should be no money being spent on, like, we know what we're gonna, like, the prep to go into a trial is extensive with your line of questioning. All right, but you're never gonna know what someone's gonna testify to on the stand. So when you're preparing for cross-examination, it's a talent. You have to sit there and listen to exactly what that person is saying. Take very good notes of what they are saying, and then know where to find the material to impeach that witness. And so if you depose beforehand, I believe that that's going to help you, because you can use that deposition then against them, because that is under oath and they can refer to the deposition. And those transcripts, I believe, can the jurors get the deposition transcripts? Because if you're going to sit there and tell me that these jurors aren't smart, but it would help them to see transcripts, your deposition then can be transcribed, and can that then go to the jury? Because can you get that in depositions? No. Why? That fucking needs to change right there. I think that should change. I'm going to look into that. I asked that right away. No, not transcripts for the trial, guys. There's a difference. Not transcripts for the trial. I want to know about transcripts for a deposition. Well, then why the fuck do we depose people? I believe that if you, I want to look into that. I want to look into that. God damn it. All right, let me get into where I'm going to get good.
When you get struck by something like that, it projects you forward in the direction of the vehicle. And in this situation where he gets more struck through the side of the vehicle on the taillight area, that it projected him to forward and to the left due to this, like, more of a side swipe manner.
Now, with respect to the, you mentioned the height of the vehicle, as far as the shape of the back of the vehicle, what, if any, relationship does that have in regard to you sort of labeling this as a forward projection / side swipe collision?
Yeah, due to it being pretty flat, it's not the front of the vehicle where you have the hood and the pedestrian standing above the hood. It's the back of the vehicle. It's pretty flat.
I just say pop the hood. You know what I'm saying? Pop the top, baby. True, Paul. Pop the top.
And it's pretty higher up.
Now, with respect, you also made aware through your review of the medical examiner.
John got swiped. Now John got swiped. All right. Remember, he said, though, in his testimony, because I don't want to like replay it back, he said 8 minutes. 8 minutes. So I want to go to my amazing Excel spreadsheet. 8 minutes, baby. This transpired in 8 minutes. It was a breakdown, though, in different parts, but this was an 8-minute cycle, right? A total of 8-minute cycle. You guys get where I'm asking? Do you guys understand why I'm asking this? Let me explain this to you guys. From the point of the start of the cycle, meaning I turn the key, that begins my cycle in time that's like ticking, okay? So I turn the key, and then boom, 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 That's a that's a new cycle, and then my clock starts, right? So if I turn my key, and for easy math purposes, we're going to say it's key cycle 1. So 1 cycle for people to follow along. 1 cycle. And then my time starts tick, 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 tick. Okay. He testified that this cycle was 8 minutes, right? In totality. And then he broke down the 10-second part of that cycle, right? Correct me at home if I'm wrong. Right? The reason this is important is because if Karen Reed leaves the waterfall bar, how long does it take to get to the waterfall bar from to the home of 34 Fairview? Okay. How long does it take? And that would be, you're going to sit here and have to tell me, did Karen, now, you know, like the newer cars where they just automatically like my SUV, it'll just, I'm sitting at a red light, right? And you'll like hear the engine kind of cut, and then it'll start back up, and I didn't touch a damn thing. All right. Is that considered a new key cycle? Should we just call it motherfucking Lexus right now? I actually, one of my best friends, he's the damn dealer. He's a damn dealer at Buyers. So hear me out with this whole, yeah, like hybrids are like, yeah, like my car's not even a hybrid, and so we can just call Lexus dealership. You know what? They're not open till noon. What the fuck? They're not open today? Who the fuck doesn't open on a Sunday? Everybody buys a car on a Sunday. What the hell is going on around here? I think this isn't going to matter even if I call a different, if I call a Toyota dealership, because Toyota makes Lexus. Toyota dealer. Closed. Okay, Toyota Direct. Let's see.
Thank you for calling Toyota Direct. If you would like to speak with our sales department, please press 1. For our service department, please press 2.
What do you think, sales or service?
For our parts department, press 3. For all other calls, please press 4 or remain on the line.
Service, sales. What do you guys think? Service? Oh, shit balls. We'll just call right back. Service. We're going service? I would think sales.
Toyota Direct. If you would like to speak with our sales department, please press 1.
All right, 2.
For our to schedule your service appointment, please press 1.
See?
To check the status of an existing serviced vehicle, please press 2.
No, we have to go sales. I'm calling back again. What'd you do all morning, Lana? I was calling fucking Toyota Direct.
Thank you for calling Direct. If you would like to speak with our sales department, please press 1. Or please hold while I transfer your call.
Thank you.
Morning. Thank you for choosing Drive Direct Nathan and Sales. How can I help?
Hi, yes. Good morning. Are you guys over there?
Good morning.
Are you guys over there by Easton?
Yes, by Easton will be the Toyota Direct, the new car. Are you looking for the new car building or the used car?
I'm actually looking for a service guy or somebody that deals with the data, the tech that's involved with my 2020 Lexus. I just have some questions about the key cycles.
Okay, you mean the software?
What was that?
Is it the software? You need to call the salesperson or go to Lexus, see if they can fix that for you.
Yeah, no, I just had some questions. I don't have to fix anything. I just had some questions because I want to like export data out of my car.
Yeah, hold on a minute, please.
Thank you. I don't want to get. They'll say that I'm stealing music or something from the fucking Toyota people. I want to know about the app too. There's got to be an app. I have an app. I can start my damn car. I can do. My app tells me if my like SUV's low on tires. I mean, if not, I'm just gonna call my buddy. He runs Chevy dealership. I bet you there's vehicles that have the same damn thing that's very similar. When I had my BMW, I sat so low to the ground and I said, can we get this like just lifted a tad? They're like, what? I was like, I feel like I'm gonna die. Every time I'm like by like a truck, SUV, like I just felt so small. I just have a couple questions of the timing of the key cycles with your car being able to like go into idle mode. I want to eliminate that. Jen, baby. Woo! I'm not listening to this thing for all day. Oh, here we go.
Thank you for calling Toyota Directions for our sales. How can we help you?
Hey, how's it going? What's your name?
My name's Islam.
Oh, hey, what's up? I just have a question for you. You might be able to easily answer this for me. Are you familiar with Lexus's like key cycles that like the data from like my Lexus I can like export the data to be able to see. I got my insurance company not believing that I was hit in a car accident. And so I was like, you know what? I know my car.
Said it's Lexus.
Yeah.
So we're Toyota.
I know, but you guys make it all. You guys do like the reason I called you guys is because you guys make Lexus. So I'm just curious, even with your Toyota cars.
No, but I'm sorry. You didn't let me finish that. No, we're just a dealership. We're not the manufacturer. So Toyota Direct is just a random Toyota dealership that's out in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh yeah, I
You
know.
have to call Toyota manufacturer to figure out if they do that, because they're the ones who build the cars. But for Toyota itself, we don't have anything that transfers data. I know the new 2025 models that have the new safety sensors has an in-dash camera that you would have to accept or decline. Now with Lexus, I have no idea because I'm sorry, we don't sell Lexus. Because maybe all the Lexuses come in standard with that, and Toyota is just the higher end models. But yeah, the higher end models has like an in-dash camera for the newest 2025 series.
Okay. So if I call the manufacturer, I can deal with somebody that is in charge of all the programming with the tech stuff.
So I don't know how high up you can get on there, but it's definitely a shot.
I'm looking to hire an expert witness for for a trial. That's why.
Yeah, so I have I don't know where to lead you on that. I would call it the fact.
Do you have a legal number? Do you have like a legal number?
I do not.
Okay.
Not for Toyota.
Okay, cool. Do you know any Lexus dealers? Like, are you cool with any buddies that sell cars?
At Lexus? No, I'm sorry, I don't. Where do you live? Are you in Ohio?
Yeah, I'm in Columbus.
Oh, okay. I know Jermaine is down the street.
I know. That's what I was thinking about. You think I should call them?
I'll call them and see if they have an answer to that question specifically on their cars.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for.
They might have a different. I think Lexus and Toyota. I know Toyota builds Lexuses, but they're two different companies.
I got you on that. Okay, so you know nothing about key cycles, like, right?
No, honestly, I've never even heard of that.
Okay, perfect. No problem. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. Go rock your day.
You're welcome.
All right, baby.
Bye.
Okay. What a waste of fucking time that was. Don't worry, guys. I'm on it. I have an idea. My insurance company is trying to screw me. I just want these key cycles so I can show them that I was not driving my motherfucking car when I got sideswiped in the parking lot of the goddamn Kroger. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna call this guy. I know he does all high end, and he's really tech savvy. Actually, I should call him right now. Just to see. He's probably working though. Okay, let's see. Mike, where you at, Mike? Hey, you. Mike, what the fuck?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Hey, Mike, who is this broad on your voicemail? She sounds so sexy. I'm going to have to call back again so I can listen to that. Give me a call when you get a chance. I have a couple questions about some software, some tech shit. You're all good about that app crap and key cycles, and you need to call me back. Hopefully you're doing well. I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, get yourself together. Okay. We'll get back to that. Now, he'll hit me back up. I already found some problems with their data.
Based on your training experience and
I don't give a fuck.
Ridiculous collisions. What, if any, significance did that have in relation to your opinion as to how Mr. Keith interacted with the defendant?
So when you look at the damage, he would have interacted with that left side of the vehicle. And when he got struck by the vehicle on the left side, it would have caused his vehicle to rotate kind of counterclockwise. And then when that rotation, he could turn it into his back, and his back could have struck the ground. I noted at the scene that there was asphalt curbing, which could have somewhere he could have struck his head in there, or somewhere along any of the pavement would have caused damage.
Any blood?
Most forward projection crashes have damage on both sides of the body. 3.6. Just that's like the last.
All right, go to this view.
9 seconds approximately when it achieves that 20A that was up on the
right here.
Labels. An accelerator pedal angle at this point at key trigger is.
See, that's 10 seconds. And then this one is same thing, 10 seconds.
The vehicle control history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself, or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This time is the time from the start of the key cycle. So it starts off with 652.8, and each one is incremented in approximately half-second increments up to, let me show it right here where the trigger, this is what's called where the trigger happened.
Okay, you guys listen. It was cold out that day. It was cold out. Why would she shut off the car? Why would she shut off the car? If I'm waiting for somebody, why would I shut off my car? I wouldn't shut off my car. Right?
That is what's now been marked as the next exhibit.
I do.
Is if you could describe to the jury sort of what these rows indicate as far as what information is there, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this as far as 12,629 miles.
Okay. So each row starting from the top is the vehicle tow history time, which is the time that's recorded in the module itself or in the software that gets recorded as each time, and it's recorded as seconds. This is where the triggers are. This is the labels for each trigger. Odometer mileage is on this label here. You see elapsed time and key cycles. I have
right there. Okay. Right here. 1057 over here to the left. 01162. 1057 to 1902. That's why he said 8 minutes. Okay. Accelerator pedal operating angle. It's medium or higher immediately after shifting to R. Accelerator pedal opening angle is medium or higher immediately after shifting to R. So what he's saying here, I got back into a deliberating room, I'm going to say that, okay, this is where he says that this took 8 minutes.
I've noticed through arrows here, these were when the vehicle was with us, and a lot of this is related to my testing with the vehicle. And these right before that were the triggers that were prior to those testings.
Now, from the within this table, sir, there are two triggers.
Okay. Do you see how 01162 and then it goes to 01164? Where is 01163? Do you guys see that right there? 062 and then it jumps to 064. Like, where is 63? So you're going to sit here and tell me is you're going to go back into a deliberating room and say, I'm going to say, well, where is 63? Why is that missing? Right? Why is that missing? Where the fuck is it? Right? Think about that. That's the first thing, because I'm going back to my notes from like the trial. Now check this out. He's like, we went off of the odometer. So it was 11973, and then it went to 12629. Do you see all those like 01111, and then the next one is 01162? So all of those times in between, and I think he testifies to, well, it only clocks something with your triggers if something has to happen. So my question is what happened? Okay, digital key support. Oh, Alexis, thank you. Let's see that. Alexis, 800 255 3987. Okay, we'll come back to that. So the last time that there was an issue was when it was key cycle 0 and then all ones across. And then they go all of that time, there is no issue. Is that what, like, don't you think there should be something to explain like why the key cycles would jump from 0 with all the ones to then like 0 with just like 1162, right? And I believe that he did a horrible job testifying to it, but that there's nothing to mark from the 1111 to the 62 because there was no issues. Okay. It doesn't become an issue where we have like these triggers until the 1162. Anybody disagree, agree? But what it tells me here, though, is that the 01162 key cycle on how long the car was on was 8 minutes, right?
Here's reported at odometer mile 12,629.
Yes.
And what's the key cycle associated with 12,629?
1,162.
Now, these triggers that are contained as far as the 12,629, that's prior to the.
Okay, you have to either come close and speak up even louder. So
Speak louder.
there's no microphone near you. That's the problem with the court recorder.
Okay, so
I assure you, Your Honor, there's no light bulb here.
All right, so let's turn the light on and then you can ask your question, then we'll turn the light right back off, please.
Thank you. My apologies. So that odometer mile, as far as two triggering events, at 12,629.
So 38.8.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for.
there's a reason
So
that
that's
Bev wants
38.8.
this taken down, which I think is interesting. 36.1.
All right, so I'm going to ask you to take that down for a minute, and I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
You guys, I love this. If Karen Reed is back on the Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m., right? And it's a 6 to 8 minute drive. And that would be just, fine weather. She would have had to leave by 12:28 to 12:30 a.m. Right? Lana, most people don't think like you, unfortunately. And I truly believe the reason Lally made the trial so long was to grind people down, confuse them. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But guess what? When you're confused, it should be automatic that if you're confused on something, then it wasn't proven to you beyond any reasonable doubt because you don't even understand it. So then let's go to.
Then it goes up to 5. Then everything after that is about half-second increments from each other. Recorded 10 seconds of time, which is labeled in this one total time of 10 seconds.
All right. So then he does this stupid shit, which
Are they gonna throw John out the car?
I don't even
Go
know
forward
how
and then
this
go-
is even like. What did we just watch there?
So right here is the reverse camera, 360 camera.
And as far as this particular portion of the interior of the vehicle, are we looking at what?
Like we're not looking at like where's the when you reverse? Look at there.
You also see photographs of
Hold on, where does he take?
the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Yes, it is.
Now, as far as your observations of
We already did. So to prove this, to debunk this part, we went ahead and we took the measurements of a Traverse and the measurements of the Lexus. And the way that the cars would actually hit, there would be no bumper to bumper contact because the lights on the Lexus, it sticks out at that angle that we believe that it would have hit the impact of the bumpers wouldn't hit first. We believe that the light would have struck the middle portion up top tire, like up higher, because it sticks out a little bit. I did an episode.
these photographs, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in either
Well,
the
there-
last exhibit or this exhibit itself?
There was no damage.
Right here.
Portion of the vehicle we're looking at.
Play that. Where's that? Okay, right here. Right there. Perfect. See how the angle of the Lexus is? We believe here at Truth and Transparency, that let me see a good picture of the Traverse. We did the measurements. And okay, right here's a good picture. See the emblem, the Chevy emblem on the back top, like in the silver part, right above the license plate. That emblem right there, it's sharp on the sides there. That emblem sticks out enough, and that the lights on the Lexus stick out further, and that at the angle that happened, that what punctured to crack the light, the tail light, was that emblem of the Chevy emblem. Okay. I'm trying to explain it the best that I can, if that makes sense. Because look at the weird, the way that he showed this.
Portion of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that you observed on his vehicle at that time.
Okay, do you see that?
The photos are.
It wasn't bumper to bumper contact. Okay.
Right now.
Right now.
Oh, right now. There was snow on the vehicle.
And then with respect to the contact between the defendant's vehicle and victim Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe to occur with relation to the snow based on the significance of the impact between the two?
The snow doesn't move.
In this moment, if you could press play this.
See that weird angle? Boom,
Totally
right there.
nails it.
And so it was that vehicle, that light didn't hit John's bumper, obviously, like the height. It hit John's emblem. Okay. That's what, and if you actually do the measurements, that's what, it was not bumper to bumper. Okay. It was her Lexus light. And the way that it sticks out, do the measurements yourself at home or go to a dealership. We did it. I put it out here. We took a Traverse, measured it, and then we took a Lexus, measured it, and that back tail light hitting the emblem of the Chevy Traverse, the emblem part above the license plate.
That's one of the
All right. Can I see the other?
And so therefore it was treated like a puncture. And all it did was crack it. People think that, why would you think that? Because how many things get cracked? Nothing explodes. Like you crack something. Think about when you crack your phone screen. There's not shards on the ground everywhere. Like if you get like a ding in it, it's boom. It's just got your little crack. I don't think she reversed to the middle of, it's not in the middle of it. It's just at that weird angle. It's at that weird angle. And so we took the measurements of the light.
Video, please.
Hold on. Now let's go back. So, because think about what would have to like.
You also see photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle.
Yes.
And it's your understanding that those photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your observations in this.
And then slows back down to 0 and then back up to 1.7 to 8.7. I read that right?
Yeah, she sped off.
And next below for us is miles per hour decline.
All right. So then I want to go to this. What was it? One. Wait, hold on.
Kilometers. This is the accelerator opening ratio, which is really where
Right there.
I was told that where he traveled afterwards or prior to that. I was noted their locations, and I used.
Okay. 01162. That would be key cycle. And that when he got a hold of it, it was at 01164 tests. And then it'll be 12629. And then when he had it, it was 12665. Perfect. So guys, I think that this is 100% easily able to then, if you go to Hector and I put it here like this, that we can then show you're missing the 01162. So if we work backwards, this is the test. So the 01163 would be tow truck at Sallyport. Then the 01162 is the tow truck at her dad's. The 01161 would be the key cycle that was at John's to her dad's house. Key cycle 01160 is the key cycle from Karen leaving One Meadows, which is John's, when struck John's SUV. Then 01159 is Karen either leaving the waterfall bar, and because her key cycle would have stayed on until she got back home, even waiting there, or it would be at 34 Fairview, because then it depends on if she shut her car off. And then 011. So again, it just matters if she shut her car off or not. You have to work your way backwards. So I want to show that one more time right here. That Trooper Paul is associating 01162. Zero 1162. And this is associated with 12,629 miles. This is the cycle, and this is the odometer. So this proves, so your tow truck driver would be able to tell, did you crank it on or did somebody drive it on? So I don't know what the fuck people were doing in that room, but this is what he is associating it to. And this would have had to been the at 34 Fairview. But then you have to work forward and backward from that point, and there's not enough key cycles. So like this couldn't be at 34 Fairview. I mean, how could it be? And what makes sense to me is that the car at her dad's house with the tow truck, they turned it, they pressed it, they turned it on to warm up the vehicle, to warm it up. And then when the person that got in there to move that vehicle, it would have been everything that we're seeing there has to do with getting on the tow truck. And that's why they're missing the 00163, because this is getting off the tow truck. And nothing happened there. And then the 0. Karen drove from John's to Jen's and back to John's to meet Carrie. Yep, that was all in that one sweep to go look for him. I mean, I think you missed the coming back. That's when she left John's. That was in the sweep when she hit his SUV. That was all during that time. You guys remember seeing Paul's face when Alan Jackson says, so are you not aware that they got onto and off of a tow truck? Are you not aware of that? And he's like, remember his face? Because remember, you have to work backwards. So 0163, that's getting off the tow truck to be in the Sallyport. And then 01162, which they are associating with this, and that would be the tow truck driver at her dad's. And that what it all equals out to me is that this whole 8 minutes is somebody starting the vehicle, it's sitting there, warming up, and then the tow truck driver, whoever got in it to move it onto the tow truck, accidentally puts it going forward, and was like, wait, I'm going the wrong way because I don't know how to fucking work a Lexus. And then, so then they have to then put it in reverse after they put it in going forward for just that little stint. Then they put it in reverse, and that person floored it to go backwards. And then it took, and then did the little turn to like angle it to then drive it up onto the tow truck. And that's your, what did I just make right there? It was like a 3-point turn. But but the car that was sitting in her dad's driveway would have been sitting here in this driveway. Here's your tow truck. And you accidentally go forward because you're not used to driving the Lexus. Up, wait, no, got to go backwards. Then I got to turn out. And now I got to gun it to get up onto, if only the tow truck driver can talk about how that whole thing transpired. But also, don't we have the footage? Isn't there the footage from the her parents' place? So for me, how the fuck when they want to talk about this data, this is the data. This is missing. So it comes up when Trooper Paul, if I go to this, and I only did this episode because this juror really bothered me. I think it's day 26. Let me pull this up. Even better if it's spinning in reverse. I mean, I'm just saying, that's what this is all from. Let me share this then. This then is 26, so I don't know, this is having a problem.
Range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to measure?
Center of mass.
So he's sick.
Okay.
That is key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and we can turn the lights on. Your Honor, I don't mind if that stays up. We can turn the lights on. I don't think it puts anything. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and at key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying in that report is the triggering events were
This is so good, guys. Here it comes.
going
It's
in
coming.
reverse in order. 1162 comes before 1164. They're numerical. Is that right?
Yes.
Every single key cycle just tags another number on top of it, right? There's no formula.
Correct.
After 1 comes 2, after 2 comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and then move on, right?
Yes.
So by the time you got the vehicle, there had been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you knew, when you put in your report, or you know, that the triggering events that you see under 1164, those are yours,
Yes.
right? I mean, that's your testing.
Yes.
And you were very clear that the triggers that you recorded, that you talked to Mr. Lally about, were 2 cycles before that,
Yes.
meaning ignition cycles at least, right?
Yes. Cycles
All right.
for that.
You report
Okay, so here's my answer. Hey, jurors, did you not understand this part right here? This is going to prove that this data that you used, okay, it's awesome that you used the data. Awesome. But right here, Alan Jackson proves that this data is associated not with a 34 Fairview, anything to do with 34 Fairview key cycle. This right here proves that. So I don't know what the fuck these jurors did Alan Jackson need to have his own the defense then needs to have their own person to show an Excel spreadsheet to be able to take back to the juror room.
Let me finish your point. You said that the mileage difference between these two triggers and the triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your CARS report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your CARS report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes.
See, I think that Alan Jackson's going to have to put up on the screen his report if they're allowed to, and to point out those paragraphs.
Trooper Larini, Carol Larini, is that right?
Yes.
Also, Sergeant Sean Good of Canton PD assisted as well, correct?
Yes, in a sense.
Did they all read the report before it was finalized?
No.
Did you have any supervisor read the report before it was finalized?
Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report?
Yes.
So
Why doesn't he ask who?
Everybody that read the report and you, who authored the report, believed, and it's reflected in that report, that key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3-point turn, I guess now a 3-point turn, right? Changing direction, and then
Yes.
the reverse at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And you even went on and testified to that exact thing under oath in front of the state grand jury, correct?
Yes. Wait, hold on. I need the text streams?
On the key cycles.
Not in grand jury.
Okay. Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
Now here he goes. He's going to pop out.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 1164, that means you turn the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, all right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were. And what
This does not need to be asked right here.
Correct.
You.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of key cycles.
He doesn't know
Say
what that
again?
fuck
The
means.
cornerstone, in other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your
God,
your
damn it.
testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right? I'm going to allow the question.
He doesn't know
Yeah,
what that means.
that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward,
Here we go.
before you started your testing, you
Counting
know that
backward.
the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sallyport in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
I didn't
Did or
know
did
that.
not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that
That wasn't the question.
that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that would record a key cycle at that time.
Okay.
What?
If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how
What?
or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
You need to object to unresponsive.
Super Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off.
Called this shit.
There's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean,
Yeah.
when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on, why it did not record.
Well,
It did record. Why are you saying it didn't record? See, they don't ask him the question, Alan. He's
let's talk
just
about the ignition cycles
Okay.
before 1164. Okay?
Okay.
see how he just said there. This is really important for them to fucking get this straight. I can't. He already has an answer for this, which is I have no idea why it didn't record that. Well, how do you know that it didn't record it? That's the next question. It's very simple. Well, I don't know why it didn't record that. No, that wasn't my question. My question was if we turned on the vehicle and drove it up onto the tow truck, would that count as a key cycle? Yes. So then that would be the one right before you got it out of the Sallyport, right? Well, no, because us taking it off the tow truck would be the one before the Sallyport. Thank you, even better. So there would be the one taking it off the tow truck and then driving it into the Sallyport and then driving it onto the tow truck, right? So two different key cycles, right? And they would record those, right? And then right here, if he says, I don't know why, no, objection, strike, unresponsive. Would, based on everything that you've done here, you're saying that when you turn the car on, it's a key cycle, right? Yes. So then those would be key cycles, right? Because we turned the car on. Have you seen the Sallyport video of the car being drove into the Sallyport? It was not pushed in neutral, right? So that would have to be a key cycle. Then to get it onto the tow truck, did you see the video? That would be a key cycle, right? Yes. So that's two. So backing it on up. Wait a second. We're already at the one that you want to talk about. 01162. So that would be, if the data is correct that you are testifying to, the 01162 is when this SUV is in the driveway of her dad's home. It's otherwise, and then I would move for this. This is not reliable. This should be inadmissible. If he's not going to testify, then you would have to ask him if he was provided. Remember I told you that hearsay? I was told the movements of the car. You have to object to that. He can't testify to that. Somebody else has to testify to that. I was told this. Fuck that. No, objection. That's hearsay. You know, who told you that? Who told you the movements of the car?
Obviously, the car had to get to Canton PD because you saw it there, correct?
Correct.
Assume for purposes of my question, the car was turned on and there's a video of it turning on, driving up onto a flatbed tow truck.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you ask him if he saw that? That line of questioning, I'm sorry, Alan Jackson, is that's right here. I would be asking Paul, you were provided the information from who? They didn't show you. You didn't say, Hey, I want to see the ring camera. Okay, yeah, that's a key cycle. Okay. Oh, wait, the Sallyport video. Oh, look, it's being driven in. That's a key cycle. It wasn't pushed in. Okay. You weren't provided those things. So then, Trooper Paul, who gave you the information of how many times the car was turned on and off? Where are you getting this information from?
That would be ignition cycle. I mean, you sure were. Key cycle, ignition cycle, 1163, correct?
Again, ignition cycle, key cycles are two different
Told you
things.
guys all the
Which one
No.
do you use?
If you want to talk about key cycles, key cycles. If you want to talk about ignition cycles, it's ignition cycles when its vehicle gets turned on. A key cycle does not mean to be turned on.
But every single ignition cycle includes a key cycle. You can't have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
Well, if you want to talk about it, just use the key cycles or initial cycles. I'm trying to make sure this gets out. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that this gets put out the correct way.
Okay, are you retarded, Trooper Paul? He just said you can't have a key cycle without an ignition cycle, or vice versa. I wouldn't even fuck with that. Don't even say any of that shit.
Every ignition cycle includes
A
a key
key
cycle,
cycle.
correct?
In a sense,
By definition, it has to.
it doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle.
He's
without a
turtling.
key
It's
cycle.
when your shoulders come in.
I don't know how it recorded, but
Yeah, you
it could
turtling
happen.
motherfucker.
To Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
They're possible.
do you
Before
mean they're
that,
Well,
if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle,
this
correct?
is what I just did.
1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
What do you mean it's
And before
fucking
that-
possible?
If the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed to the waterfall, I'm sorry, from the waterfall to 34 Fairview at approximately 12:15 a.m., that would be another key cycle, 1159, right?
It's possible.
Okay, what do you mean it's possible? So then you have to say, so your chart here is just a possibility, right? Because you don't have all the fucking data. Because you didn't know how many times this car moved. Would your report be different if you knew how many times the car moved? This is where the details matter because, but I have to say right here, how is the jury not getting this? This is right here, breaking it down. If Alan Jackson wants to remove some line of questioning, but he needs to get Trooper Paul to tell him, or who's ever going to be on this role, this next trial, who gave you this information on the movements of the car? Did you get that from Karen Reed? She's the owner of the vehicle. But all you have to do though is just back up just the 2 spots. I wouldn't even fuck with the rest of it. I wouldn't even fuck with you just have to move back 2 spots. You're doing your testing at 1164. That's yours. The 1163 comes in between 1162 and 1164, right? And nothing happened there to trigger anything, right? Okay, so then 1162, that's your triggering. That's when you believe that Karen Reed was at 34 Fairview, right? How did you determine that? That's the question. And what he would testify to is that Karen Reed's vehicle went from let him say how he determined where Karen Reed's vehicle was at 1164. Go backwards. If 1164 is your testing, 1163 is what? That's when Karen Reed drove around looking for John O'Keefe. Okay. And then the one before that, let him say, and then the 1162 is right before that, and that's when Karen Reed left the waterfall bar, went to 34 Fairview, and then from 34 Fairview home. That's what your report is based off of, right? Yes. So you were under the impression when you did this report that that's the movement. Where did you get that from? Who provided you that information? You weren't with Karen Reed that night, right, Trooper Paul? Perfect. But see, on direct examination, when you need to object to that, it was the information that I received. Objection. His report now is based off of hearsay. His report is based off of hearsay, based on his answer. So, Trooper Paul, who provided you the information of Karen Reed's movements or Karen Reed's vehicle's movement? Because that was never asked by any, like, who was on then the stand where Alan says, you provided Trooper Paul with the movement of the vehicle? But all you have to do to squash this, I don't care who testifies to this. This is in evidence. This has already been happened. Trooper Paul could be now a defense witness, okay? And it's very simple, but okay. Trooper Paul, you weren't given the Sallyport video? No. Trooper Paul, you weren't given the Ring camera from Karen Reed's parents' house? No. Then play it for him. Then play it for him. Right there in open court. That's why deposing somebody like this is really important. You would have already known that this is what this man's going to testify to, and we got him by the nuts. Here we go. Click. Hey, did you not see this video? Did you not see this video? No. Does your report change all your little fancy little Excel spreadsheets? Those that are associated with what, now that you see this and have this information, your 01162 8-minute incident with 10 seconds of it being this, erratic bullshit. Isn't that consistent with the vehicle being at her dad's when the car was turned on and it sat there to warm up and then somebody got in the vehicle? And then the next movement was when it got, which would be the 63, which is not a triggering thing, when it got off the tow truck and pulled in, and then your first time with it was 64. Correct? So then there is no way that 01162 could be associated with anything to do with Karen Reed at 34 Fairview driving from the waterfall bar to 34 Fairview. Boom, done, over, moving on. That data is not indicative of Karen Reed's vehicle being at 34 Fairview, correct? Well, now with the new information that you have, you didn't have that before, right? Now that you have that information and you know how key cycles work, is your report and your testimony on direct examination accurate? And he can't say yes. He's going to have to say, Juror Paul, let me rephrase that. Would you change your report had you had known that and seen these two videos? Would your report be different? Where would you associate that movement of 01162? Where would you associate that now with? And that's what you're going to do, whether or not the state calls him or not. You're going to call Trooper Paul, and you're going to use him and say this right here. And Trooper Paul, if he doesn't do it, it's career suicide. because you don't need to go any further back because there's only two. And he wants to talk about that, how many miles and stuff like that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't matter. That all happened later. Sean Good. I think Sean Good's, but I want to see this line of questioning.
I want to be clear. The reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? But every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Something unusual about the operation of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it's clear that from the data, there was no triggering events at key cycle 1159, was there?
No.
See, Karen knows
so
it.
assuming the driving events that I just told you.
Assuming the driving knows it, I
Assuming
just
for
told
purposes
you.
of my question, that the driving events started at 1159, driving over to 34 Fairview from the waterfront. Then driving at 5:07 in the morning over to Jim Cave's house. 1160. Then driving to for parents' house. Then the car being seized in by Trooper Proctor. 1162. Then the car being taken off the flatbed and driven into the Sallyport camping. 1163.
Yep.
Your testing starts at 1164. That would mean that at 1162, that key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
Your hypothetical?
Listen, he can stop saying Trooper Proctor. Okay? That right there confused the fuck out of the jury. Because they know that, wait, Trooper Proctor? No, you need to say that's when it was at Karen Reed's dad's house and being put on the motherfucking flatbed. Okay? I love Alan Jackson more than anybody probably does. But you don't need, that's not how you would say that. These jurors need to hear you saying where the fuck the car was and what is the association of that time. To say that that's when Trooper Proctor had the car. Wait, what? Because then he can answer no. No. Just, it's the movements of what? Her car at the dad's being turned on, started up to, thaw off the windows and heat it up, and it's because someone's going to get in there.
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Boom! Again, but it doesn't, they're associating, you still need to say the words that it was at the friggin' her dad's house. They will understand that. Because this is a hypothetical. It doesn't need to be a hypothetical. It does not need to be a hypothetical if we show him the videos. If we ask him if he was provided these for his report. But you know what's so fucking crazy? Is it to think that, I mean, you guys, it needs to be dumbed down like you would never believe. I mean, right there, it's a win. Everybody and their mother would think that that's a win right there. Not the jury.
In 2022, you were asked by a grand jury whether you knew or had done any scientific testing to determine the distance a body would actually travel struck by a vehicle. Remember that?
See, and then none of this matters. You are totally associating. There would have been no trigger movement at freaking or at 34 Fairview. That's the next question that's asked. So then, therefore, if we keep working backwards, there is no triggering event when Karen Reed was at 34 Fairview, right? Otherwise, it would be there, right? Correct. No more questions. No more theatricals. Right? Now let's look at what happened. Like that's your, so then therefore, the next line of questioning right there after that has to be, so then therefore, 34 Fairview, when Karen Reed was at 34 Fairview with John O'Keefe, there is no triggering event. Correct. And you get him to say that because he will have to say that.
Not that specifically. Not in that way.
Do you remember answering that you had not, I'm just paraphrasing, that you had not done you hadn't finished your report yet?
Why don't you show him? He said he didn't remember it that way.
I don't think you could show the report actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys
Take a look
look
at
at
middle of the page.
Val, this is you.
Your answer starts at about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative.
This is unbelievable that Alan Jackson would even have to think that I have to dumb this shit down.
You have that in mind?
Yep.
Yes.
The key cycle. People were confused about the key cycles.
You were
I'm
asked,
sorry,
does that
but
remind you that you were asked by a grand jury if you could calculate how far a body would move having been
See
struck
this?
by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that, but figure out if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on.
I will say this though, because this cross-examine happened after the weekend, and it was on a Monday. This part, but he testified on day 25. That was Friday, and I said, wait a second, these cycles prove that Karen Reed didn't strike John O'Keefe, because if you're working backwards. Unbelievable.
He did not get enough speed of the vehicle.
So
Most
none of
impact
this,
with the vehicle.
none of this
Field
matters
calculations.
then.
His center of mass was offset from the vehicle. So we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have done two.
So then all you would say is, so then the key cycles do not match with when Karen Reed was at 34 Fairview, correct? Right. So then don't you think if Karen Reed hit him, there would be a triggering event? And there's not, correct? We should see another triggering event at 01159. And there's no triggering event, correct? And if Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle, right, there would be a triggering event, because you just testified to that there would be one before you even knew about these other key cycles that actually made up for what you're like the data that you're testifying to. So you trap him. He can't say no to that question, because that's his whole report, is that, yeah, this would trigger an event. So he can't be like, no, it wouldn't trigger an event. Like, but you just testified that it would trigger an event. And we also said that, backing on up, that Karen Reed tapping John's car didn't trigger an event, right? Because it would be there as well, but it's not, because it wasn't enough of an impact. Yep. Because he already said that. This is why people do mock trials. You guys, mock trials are for, like, you want to ask layman people, and then I would say, I think I'd make a great jury consultant. I really do. I would say, okay, here, if it was presented like this to me, then I know boom, boom, boom. But if you guys were following the Delphi case, that's exactly what they were doing when all those leaks were happening, allegedly, is that they were having like mock, they were running things by, but talking about any of this, it's right there, boom. Like nothing else matters. How far he would travel or anything like that. None of that fucking matters. What it proves is that Karen Reed didn't hit him. Karen Reed didn't hit him because if she would have, it would have triggered an event, and it didn't. Well, Karen Reed's in great shape. Karen Reed has the best defense team. You guys, and Aiden getting these interviews is totally going to help Karen Reed. He's doing, like I said yesterday, where would the Karen Reed case be without Turtle Boy? I don't know if they would have gotten a hung jury if it was just Yannetti and no support. Like that this wasn't brought to the attention of the world. I completely got the cycles. I understood. Yeah, Sherry. I think the line of questioning to make sure that the cycles aren't lost on the jury is you only have to just work back 3 points and then you stop. And then you say, so that key cycle that you just spent all that data on and that you just showed, like your Excel spreadsheet, all of that is associated with the car being at her parents' house. Correct? Yeah. Yes. And that looking at your the data, not the data that he broke down, but just pulling when's the next triggering event that happens in that vehicle? Oh God, not that it goes back almost 2,000 triggers. Okay. No more further questions. So all your Excel spreadsheet, everything that you just put up there has to do with the vehicle being at her dad's. Because it's just simple math to count backwards. And because you weren't given all the material, with the material that you did and were provided because someone said, no, the vehicle wasn't drove up onto a tow truck. It wasn't taken off of a tow truck, But then all you would, I guess, have, if you want to make this guy look like an idiot, you would say, Officer Paul, how the fuck did you think the car got on the tow truck? How about ask that question? How did you think the vehicle got on a tow truck? And let him say, I thought that they just cranked it up. Okay. And how did you think it got off the tow truck? I thought they just, I don't know, pushed it off in neutral. Okay. And then you think that they pushed it then, the car, into the Sallyport in neutral? I mean, you know how fucking dumb, like, that's how you would make someone like this look stupid. This triggering at 11:62 that you just testified on direct examination, now having all of the information, it couldn't have happened at 34 Fairview, correct? And there are no other triggering key cycles for how long? Over 2,000. No more questions. So then therefore, we already know that it is your opinion that if Karen Reed did hit him, it would have triggered right? If she did hit him, it would have triggered, because that's what you just testified to on direct examination, all that shit. So then is it safe to say that since there are no triggers for another 2,000 key cycles, that Karen Reed did not strike John O'Keefe with her vehicle? Because remember, we need to make the car not the murder weapon. We need to make the car not the murder weapon. That's very, very important. Their murder weapon, if we can make Karen Reed's vehicle not the murder weapon, they don't have anything. Fuck the ARCA guys. Fuck the, you make Karen Reed's vehicle not the murder weapon. And then you show, well, if you could get a triggering event by somebody jamming the vehicle because you're trying to get it through the snow, you have to make the vehicle not the murder weapon. And you would say, if we can get a triggering event based off of somebody slamming, you know, to put it in park, put it in reverse, trying to get it out of the snow, that's a triggering event, right? So it's safe to say that if you think Karen Reed backed up at 24 miles per hour and struck John O'Keefe, we'd have a triggering event, right? Then we don't. We would have one at 11:59, and we don't, right? And now how the jury could possibly not get that, that's the only line of testimony with this that matters. But the reason I don't think they're going to call Trooper Paul to the stand, you guys, now, is because they know that they can't use this. But now maybe they're going to reconsider, and based off of what the juror said, that they believe this this data. And so now, after hearing Aiden's interview with this juror, are they going to say maybe we are going to use Trooper Paul now? I recall to the stand, if I'm the defense, the guy that wrote up the report, Sean Good, and when he was asked, is there a reason that you changed the cover photo of your report and you changed it to this picture here, and it was this picture here? And he said, I didn't change anything. If something is added to it, it just happens. Well, then he would say, well, how could a picture that you didn't take be uploaded into your, report? How does that happen? And then, because you're recalling him, and then you say, now, isn't it true you changed the cover photo of your report because ISP or Massachusetts State Police took a picture of the same curb that you took a picture of in your report, and it showed no shoe was there. It showed no shoe was there in your report because you took a picture that morning, right? And those are from that morning photos, and that curb had no shoe. And isn't it true that you had to remove that because the pictures that were ended up being taken when Massachusetts State Police was there and they found the shoe, that it was in the same location of the curb that you took a picture of and there was no shoe? And then you show a side by side, like I did on this channel, to show that curb with no shoe in the morning and then a shoe, and you put them side by side. And then you recall all of those Canton police officers to say one more time that they didn't see any, you didn't see a hat, you didn't see a shoe, and none of these pieces of tail, like they weren't there. You were there when the leaf blower was being blown and you got all the way down to the grass. Okay. Did you see the leaf blower blowing up shards and chunks of plastic? No. Do you see pieces flying? No. So, I mean, these jurors, though, how dumb, right? Woo! I get it. People say, like, this case frustrates you. It makes you so frustrated. And I think that this case has taught me that, wow, you better be putting in a lot of time with lay people to show your shit to and get feedback from, lay people. Because based on that juror's answers and the other, anybody that was interviewed, those answers that we read, either that juror's blowing smoke up Aiden's ass, or that's a problem and that needs to be sniffed out. Yeah, they do know so much more than we do. But guys, it doesn't matter what they know. It matters how it's being interpreted by the jury. I don't care how much they know. Alan Jackson and Yannetti and Little are the best of the best. And I sat there, there's no way in hell that I'm voting, guilty. And just like 99% of the people out here, like, this is the case of reasonable doubt at the very least. But I think Trooper Paul proves the defense's case himself. I mean, if you walk it back, he basically proves it. I think that CF McCarthy's is going to be a huge helping point for Karen Reed. They're fighting, obviously, we weren't serving a public, an obviously drunk patron. Like that, you know how much that helps Karen Reed? Fucking ton. So, again, at the end of the day, okay, I get where you're coming from. It's the bigger picture. As Turtle Boy said, hell, I don't want a jury for my case, as I learned how jurors can be completely, yeah, that's what I was saying the other day. Like, do you consider having, a bench trial? I mean, think about family court. There's no juries in family court. Why aren't there juries in family court? Think about family court. Lana, why weren't they clear about the kinetics and physics witnesses? That is BS. They weren't clear on those people because they didn't know where they came from. But you guys, if you think about it, this juror just gave the defense answering that question and saying that this data, let me go back. Do you guys know what the question was that Turtle Boy asked? Listen, my streams may sometimes be boring, but I guarantee that those lawyers don't think that they're boring. Okay, because if you need to find, if ever a lawyer needed to find something, I would be able to find anything in a discovery. But when Turtle Boy did that interview And the answers that came from that interview made me want to puke. It was just, I couldn't even believe it. This interview. Where is it? Right here. Wait, no, not that one. Okay. The one that he just did. Oh, is this at part 2? Okay. Yeah. Here.
So they looked at it as Karen was drunk and backed up. So basically, what he's saying here is that, yeah, like we were. I mean, that's how rumors spread. And show him a picture of the taillight. There you go. Read my mind. I taillight and would be a very credible witness. Yes. Yes. These are things that, like, I feel dishonesty to begin with. How can you willing to do that? Should scare us all. They settled on an involuntary man. They settled on it. Like they couldn't, like they're figuring out what to order on a goddamn pizza. The taillight was broken when she collided with John's car backing up. Guilty voters believe this didn't make any sense because there would be broken taillight in John's driveway. And okay, so this is another thing that taillight and would be a very credible witness. Yes, yes, I'm with you on that one, Juror. Taillight and would be a very credible witness. Yes, yes, I'm with this. And I guarantee Nick. So I understand that in the heat of the moment, they might not tell police this. But if you were them, two best witnesses for the Commonwealth were Joe Paul and Bukkake. Because Joe Paul did the text stream data and Bukkake showed her drinking all those drinks or buying all those drinks. That's it. That's all it took. And I guess all the McAlberts too, because all McAlberts all said they didn't go in the house, and they're like, "Well, case closed. Case closed. She wasn't in the house." Okay, the not guilty voters felt these injuries were not normal. Blah 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 blah. In your opinion, but in the opinions of the guilty voters, they were consistent, right? They just looked at the text stream data and the fact that John was injured and died, and Karen was driving the car under.
Right there, text stream data. Are you kidding me? And one of those experts was a nurse who was not guilty verdict. So I guess they didn't listen to her or you. Were you guys quiet and not persuasive? We had reasonable doubt, but again, the others looked at the tech stream, the data, and ignored the experts. One of the instructions from the judge was not to ignore the data and use our life experiences. So they looked at it as Karen was drunk, she backed up, and there were injuries that led to John's death. So for them, in their minds, there was guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Right there. Right there. You associate the fact that that data is not, and has nothing to do with that key cycle. It's impossible. Then they cannot say that. Right there. Lana is basically what got me into true crime, and now I'm obsessed. I started watching Lana at the beginning of the Idaho 4 so great. You just see what I'm about to release in the Idaho 4 case. That's coming up later. Yeah, that data. I mean, this is helping the defense like you wouldn't believe this stuff. Unreal.
Or an influence alcohol. I said, you said the engineer pointed out his background in engineering to discredit the ARCA expert. So he didn't mind, the engineer doesn't mind throwing his weight around. I go, did you mention that you were an EMT? And did other jurors ask your opinion based off of your expertise? Because that's what I would do if I was one of these jurors. But didn't you think that was odd? Those who believe that the taillight was there and not planted, their argument was that when this occurred, there wasn't enough snowfall. So when it happened, there wasn't a lot of snow, and then it snowed, and it was in different layers of the snow, and it was likely on the lower level. So that's why as the snow melted, they continued to find more taillight.
Okay, that's why they have to show that the leaf blower did not, like, I would use a leaf blower to my advantage now. The leaf blower is not blowing up chunks, is not blowing up little shards.
They never pointed out where each piece was found. And I'm like, well, not to be David Muir and fact check you here, but they actually did testify where each piece was found, like very specific. What actually happened? I didn't go in the house. But if they lied about other things, why wouldn't they lie about John going in the house, since it would protect them from being suspects? Unfortunately, the other pieces of evidence overruled everything else for the guilty voters. For others, they didn't find them credible, and it was reasonable doubt. So the not guilty voters felt the not guilty voters were swayed by the McAlberts. But the guilty voters were indifferent to the McAlberts. It's not that they believed them. It's that they were just like confirmation bias. Like they were like, well, she's guilty because of the text stream data. And what Brian Albert is saying.
I think that all those people only have to testify the fact that they did not see John O'Keefe. You know what? I want to see something. No. It's not. It's missing because there's no trigger. The 01163 is, all of them are missing when there is no triggering event. That's why it's missing. But let me see my Excel spreadsheet really quick. Because I'm going to probably say stuff here that's probably not going to be well liked, but it goes with the evidence. So let's see what would have been that date. You hear these idiots around here? One second. All right, got it. Let's move it here, Excel. There we go. Thank you. Share screen. All right. Jen McCabe receives call from Jen, 36 seconds. Jen deleted. 12:18. 12:18. All right. 80 steps, 3 floors. From 12:21 to 12:24. And the 80 steps could have happened at any point in time within there. And then 12:21, 12:24, 3 floors. And remember what Guerno testified to, that was because he was going up and down hills. Let me see if I'll make this bigger. All right, so what I wanted to relook at is, all right, if I'm Karen Reed, I think Karen Reed's a logical person. And if we get to the house and he's supposed to go inside to just make sure that like we're invited, right? Are we invited? Am I supposedly just dropping him off? You know, what's the story truly like behind all that? Because if I was just going to be dropping him off, then I drop him off and then like I'm taking off, right? And so does anybody not think it's weird? I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Does anybody not think it's weird that you wouldn't text or call before you left the house? So would you not call or text to say, hey, what's going on? Are you trying to stay? If you're staying, I'm going to leave. I don't really want to be here. But I mean, wouldn't you text or call before you left the house? And just think about that for a minute. So if I'm sitting there and I'm supposed to be waiting, right? So for people out there that said, I don't know if, like, I believe that John O'Keefe would have ever gotten in somebody else's car, you know? So Karen, based off of Karen's text messages, she doesn't call or text John until after she's back at John's house and pulls into the garage, parks the car, and starts walking into the house. Karen Reed starts contacting John. Okay, this is just like relationship 101. Relationship 101. All right. If it's me, there's no way, like, unless I was truly just, if I was dropping this person off and leaving, I drop off, I leave, then why would I even be contacting them even when I got home? But do you guys remember the messages? And it was like, where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? Why would Karen Reed be saying, where the fuck are you, if she knew that John O'Keefe was at 34 Fairview? Versus if John O'Keefe got into somebody's vehicle, hey, we're just going to run down to so-and-so's house to grab something really quick. Or if Higgins was like, yeah, let's me and you have a talk because I want to tell you about something, you know. Remember there's hardly any blood at the scene? He lost a lot of blood. So I said, okay, because then I went and looked up other testimony, and there's other people that have testified in other cases through Apple data that your flights of stairs, not just Nick is not the only person that's ever testified to the fact that Hills could do that. Just so you guys know that I went and checked, and I was like, wow, I cannot believe this. So I said, okay, let's even give that. Let's even like say that his shit's right. Let's even give Nick that crap. All right. So let's give Nick that. Nagel statement. Julie's brother arrives to pick her up. She tries to talk her brother into staying, allegedly. John's phone doesn't move for 5 to 6 straight minutes. Answers Jen's call and has already traveled his 3 flights of stairs. And that's when Jen claims that was like a butt dial. Remember? So remember how I showed you guys that if it in fact these steps were associated with the 3 floors, all right? Think about it. And so he wouldn't have, it's not him getting out of the vehicle. Just hear me out. And then he texts at 12:21. Or I'm sorry, Jen texts to John here. Then Julie's brother arrives to pick her up. She tries to talk her into staying. But then John's phone doesn't move for 5 to 6 straight minutes, but answers Jen's call. And Jen, that's like a butt dial. Jen doesn't move for 10 straight minutes, during which she calls John at 12:29 a.m. Jen can't be walking over to the door to see anything. All right. Because she has an eye watch on. That's how I could tell. Like, she wasn't getting up or sitting down. Like, she wasn't walking. Whatever she was doing, Jen's phone, or Jen doesn't move for 10 straight minutes. That would be her phone and her watch, which is on her, for 10 straight minutes. All right. You guys aren't ready for me and what I have to say, but I think I'm about to bust it out. Jen she didn't take off her watch. Okay. No, listen, if her phone's in her back pocket, all right, and you're sitting on your phone, you could butt dial somebody, but hang tight here. Ready? Karen Reed never saw John go into the house. She saw him go up to the side door, right? Well, because maybe John never had to go into the house. Just hear me out with this. And good old Jenny Pooh was like, I want to tell you something, right? And hey, we're not gonna talk about this in front of like a bunch of people that would be at that house, right? So let's talk outside, or let's talk in a vehicle. Let's talk into a vehicle. Like you would be in a vehicle that's right there. Why was Karen Reed saying the words, "You're such a pervert. You're such a pervert"? That a pervert is somebody to me that could be messing with like younger people and or that, doing like weird, socially awkward shit, like with friends. Like, ugh, such a perv. Like, I don't, like, you know what I mean? Something like that. I'm just going off of what was testified to, guys, in the first trial. I don't want to talk about, here's the data. If Nick G is saying, let's just go with what he's saying, fine, fuck it. We'll give you that. But in order for John to get out of the vehicle to then be struck, okay, by a car, by Karen Reed, right? That has to happen no later than 12:28 to 12:30. Okay? Because Karen has to get back on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So right here, because this is the start point. So 12:24, 12:31, John's phone, there's no movement. And so if he has to get out of the vehicle and get hit or whatever, look at this. 12:24 to 12:31, there's no movement on John's phone. So if he was walking and would have gotten struck, it would have had to be during this time when his phone isn't moving in order for it to be Karen Reed. Because she needs to get back and be on the Wi-Fi by 12:36, and it's a 6-minute drive. Which we all know that she did not strike him, right? But he has to get out of her car, right? Jen called John's phone for 9 seconds. Jen deleted. That was the 12:29. And that's in between, like right here. But her phone again, remember Jen, she doesn't move for her phone or her watch. She's in the same spot for 10 straight minutes. If I'm sitting in a car, that's going to keep me in the same spot for 10 straight minutes. Right? No, John's phone at 12:29, 53 seconds. Again, he answers Jen's call for 9 seconds. Then 12:31 to 12:32, right there. John's phone, 36 steps. Okay? 36 steps. Now, at this point, at 12:32, or I'm sorry, at 12:31, we have all eyewitnesses saying that John is not on the lawn. Okay? That John's not on the lawn. Karen Reed was in the vehicle by herself, but here she would have been pulled away, had to have been in order to be on the Wi-Fi. Okay? So John taking, or his phone taking these first steps at the 36 mark. All right? Oopsies. Jen's text to John says hello at 12:31. At the same time that John's phone, 12:31, has health data so that his phone starts moving. 36 steps. And then at 12:35 to 12:45, Jen's watch, 148 steps. And that's when she sees a different SUV, in my opinion, because from 12:35 to 12:45, when Jen testifies that there was this, she saw this SUV and she associated it with Karen Reed. Well, it's a different SUV. It's not Karen Reed's SUV. And we've always only just assumed that those are the people that were only at 34 Fairview. Like, would you ever come forward and say that you were at 34 Fairview if you weren't? Like, or if you were, but nobody knew about it? Like, keep my name out of this stuff. Like, my name has not been brought up. Don't be saying my name. But why are we so convinced that there wouldn't be other people, like, so that the vehicle that actually Jen saw showing up at 12:35, 12:45 when she said Karen would have been long gone. She had to be long gone. She's on the Wi-Fi at 12:36, right? John's phone. Jen texts John and says, pull up behind me. Pull up behind me. Ready for this? Now, Lana, why in the world would you think that John was in a vehicle? I don't know, because fucking Jen says, pull up behind me. That doesn't mean that he's in Karen Reed's vehicle. Pull up behind me. Why would she write that to him all that time later? From my listening to the phone calls, it's like Karen didn't know where John was. Like, where are you? Where are you? It was like it couldn't even be a possibility that he was in 34 Fairview. You know, where are you? If I was trying to score cocaine and I go, hey, listen, we're going over there. I want to grab some coke, blah, blah, blah. They're kind of like, and that's why we're going there. And we're going to get it off of these little kids, basically. Okay. You pervert, like what you're getting. I'm just trying to spitball some things here because I don't know how this happens where Karen Reed would just pull off if she was then just going to blow up his phone all night. And say, like, where are you? Where are you? Like, you know where he's at. He's at 34 Fairview. Why would you think that he wouldn't be there? If they were going there for the after party. Like, what do you mean, where are you? You know. And I don't think that Karen Reed is not, what's the word I want to say? She's not, like, why wouldn't Karen Reed go up to the door and say, hey, is John in here? Why wouldn't she call him before she left? Why wouldn't she text him before she left? That to me doesn't make sense. Why would John want to go to Albert's house if he doesn't like Albert? Neither one of them have ever been to that house before. Okay. The Aruba trip. How many people went? Think it was a big old swingers party? There's more to that trip than we know. Pervert comment. Oh, there's a lot more that I'm about to pump out here. Higgins was very insistent John O'Keefe be there. Yeah, guess whose text needs to be added to this? Higgins's. What time does Higgins text John O'Keefe? So let me ask you this. If somebody was to get out of the car and you want to have words with somebody, are you going to go into a party where there's all those people, or are you going to talk to them before you ever get into the house? And the only person that testified to seeing somebody walk in that house was Higgins. Why do you think he wanted to say that there was a tall guy with dark hair walking into the house? Did he need to make it seem like John O'Keefe made it into that house because he was actually the last person to see John O'Keefe? And it wasn't even on that property because they went for a little ride. Where was this Jeep at? No, everybody testified to not seeing a Jeep. Where was Higgins in the Jeep? Was John O'Keefe in Higgins's Jeep with him? See where I'm going? Think about it. Every single person testified that John O'Keefe never made it into that house. They also testified that he was not on the lawn. Not when they got there, not when they left. Never made it into that house, never saw him. Oh my God. I'm out. Because they made Dream, I'm trying to explain something as to why, like, Karen Reed didn't kill John O'Keefe. Her car's not the murder weapon. Okay. But if anybody truly cares about getting justice for John O'Keefe, then you would ask yourself, what truly would have transpired in this time frame? Nobody saw him on the lawn. Nobody saw him go into the house. Okay, well, Higgins then testified that what? Why would you go there and then say, oh, you know what? They only had beer, so I'm leaving. You didn't know that before you went there? Who's the person that destroyed his phone on a military base? Higgins. Who's the person that goes to the Canton Police Department at 1:30 in the morning? Higgins. I'm trying to think outside the box here to show that Sebastian Aaron had also testified no Jeep. Exactly. Exactly. No Jeep, right? So isn't it possible that there truly wasn't a Jeep? Okay. Because is it possible that John O'Keefe got into Higgins's Jeep and talked to him? don't you think that, I mean, who's the person that's going to let John know? Like, I'm just trying to say, think about this. He's not on the lawn. He's not inside. And the only person that wants to testify and say, oh, I saw a guy with dark hair walk in. Why do you think Higgins need to make it so that could be John O'Keefe going in there? The only person that said that was him. Because he needs to make it seem like John O'Keefe went into that house. Why? Because it takes off of whatever the fuck could have possibly happened before that or truly did happen. He's the one that texts John. Like, where are you? Of all the people, he doesn't text Karen Reed to say, hey, are you coming over here? You really looked good. You really looked good at the bar. She blew him off. She's been blowing him off. So don't you think it's about time that his friend Higgins has a little talk with John to say, hey, listen, I have to come clean, man. Your girl started hitting me up. Your girl came over to my house, and you don't think that would cause a fucking fight? It wasn't Brian Albert that was saying, hey, John O'Keefe, where are you? No. I agree. Trevor Paul level dumb. Yes. Yes, exactly. So Jen spoke for 9 seconds at 12:28, and Karen had to leave with him. Or. Okay. I'm curious. Did John O'Keefe have a password on his phone? So it was a butt dial, but then it was answered. Now, if you call a phone, though, think about this. If Jen calls a phone, I don't need a password to unlock my phone to answer it. I can just answer the call, right? I don't need a password. I still feel like she's guilty. She's definitely not guilty. But I was a juror on a 2-month murder trial, watch this trial every day and call her guilty. She's definitely not guilty. The reason she's not guilty is because every single one of those people would have testified to seeing John on the lawn. That's why we know she's not guilty. But I have a problem with that. I think it's weird that Karen wouldn't have texted John, okay, or called him unless she saw, and if she saw John get into Higgins's Jeep and them start talking and he drives off, okay, then she doesn't know where he's going, right? And she's like, wait, fuck this. I'm leaving now. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? And then she knows, she's like, fuck, Higgins is going to tell John everything, right? So then she leaves to go head there to back to his house, right? Where are you, John? Like, hey, ride with me. I'll give you a ride back to the house and tell fucking Karen, she can, we'll meet her right there. I'll give you a ride home. They don't even have any beer here. Because they got there at 12:10, 12, they were there, 15 minutes before them. Me and you got to talk. And then so when she gets to the house, she's like, John, where the fuck are you? Where are you? What I'm trying to do is explain how all the people would be testifying to not seeing a body on the lawn. And all the people would be testifying that nobody came in there when we were there. Okay. Then whatever the fuck would have transpired, all right, it then caused Higgy Poo to go to the Canton Police Department at what, 1:30? Could he have also, I'm simply trying to understand why people are testifying that Higgins's Jeep isn't there, but yet Higgins is there. But nobody sees a fucking Jeep there. Trolls on here. Let the troll. I'm just saying, think about do you understand that Richie and Max, Heather Maxon, Richie, they would have basically seen Karen Reed plow him. They were right there. They would have seen it. They would have been eyewitnesses to a hit of John O'Keefe. Right? They saw Karen by herself in that vehicle. They did not see John. Where's John? And if John's not in the house, the next plausible thing is that John is in a different vehicle, talking with somebody, or they drove off. But if John's not in the house and John's not in Karen Reed's vehicle and John's not on the lawn, what's the next plausible place that John would be? In a vehicle. In a motherfucking vehicle. Whose vehicle? Who wanted to talk? Who texted him at 12:18? Where are you? Where are you at 12:18? Higgins. Higgins didn't talk to John all night at the Waterfall Bar. Higgins didn't text him earlier that night. Higgins texts him at 12:18. Because I think he wanted to tell John what the fuck was going on. And then it escalated to, hey, they got into a fight. And that's when the 36 steps start. Also, if John's not seen on the front lawn, the other possible places that they walked around back, let's go talk in the backyard. And that's, and the dog could have been in the backyard. Because Brian Albert let the dog out. And so when they walk around to the back, the dog's back there. But do you know how many more steps I think would have been on John's phone? Because they're testifying that the Hills, there's other people in other cases where experts have said, and I went and looked it up myself, and yes, Apple data, you can account if your phone, but your phone has to be making some really big jerking moves. And so if somebody was trying to take my phone from me, if Karen was trying to grab at John's phone, right, and he's like yanking it away or trying to move it away so she can't get it. But there's been other cases where experts have testified to that. And I think I thought it was interesting. But also Waze is 3 minutes before the display. So when you're going off of the Waze time versus the phone time, the display time, there's 3 different. So they need a really good person to figure that out. But what makes a lot of sense to me is that, is there a way that Don't you think that at this point is that it's all possible that one of these people from inside that house would have possibly broken and said, like, maybe they saw the commotion outside, but they're not going to talk about a fight. So they feel if you don't ask me questions, then I'm not lying. So if you asked me if I saw John O'Keefe to come in that house, me saying no, I'm not lying. Did you see John O'Keefe laying on the ground when you left? Nope. I'm not lying. But ask me a question about a commotion outside. Was there, ask if they saw Higgins go inside. Was that question ever asked if people saw Higgins go inside? Ask if they saw Higgins go inside that house. Ask questions that what did Brian Albert Jr. say? Was he asked those questions? And if they were coached, it's going to be about certain things. But I think that if you, I get maybe a little creative about that. But all of that plays to Karen Reed's advantage. Karen Reed's advantage here is that John O'Keefe is unaccounted for from literally 12:30 until 6:05 a.m. There is not anybody that can put John anywhere from 12:30 until 6:05 a.m. You would have seen him out on the lawn. You would have seen him being ran over if you're Richie and Maxton and Julie Nagel and Julie Nagel's brother. You would have seen Karen Reed hit him with the car. He would have been right there. Like, you guys would have been eyewitnesses, 4 eyewitnesses at that time. And that's all it, like, that's it. Boom, there you go. And he wasn't there. And these other people are saying, and he wasn't in the house. Okay, perfect. So then Karen's over here thinking that John O'Keefe walked up there and went into the side door, but she didn't see him enter. It's because maybe he didn't enter. Maybe the person met him right there at the door, and then they hopped into Higgins's Jeep, okay, and went for a little ride. And she's like, "What the fuck, dude?" Or since her window was maybe rolled down, here, he's just gonna give me a ride home. I got the stuff or whatever I needed to grab. And so, like, for there not to be any communication before Karen Reed would leave and wait to get to the house to say then, "Where the fuck are you?" You would be, she was like expecting him to be home or right thereafter, right? Especially if they left first. If they left first, which that's what it seems like. So if they left first, then when she gets home, like, "Where the fuck are you?" You would not get home after 6 minutes of knowing that he's at 34 Fairview and say, "Where the fuck are you, John? Where the fuck are you?" And when you're riding around a car, you guys, your steps aren't like, your phone's not calculating steps if you're riding in a car. Remember when Nicholas Guerrero was testifying and he was talking about how John's phone wasn't, it didn't have good service for, like, and it was like, it was going in and then it was coming back out and it was stretching out and the circles were getting a lot bigger. You know what that kind of shows me is exactly what I'm saying right here. because we know that John O'Keefe didn't get into Karen Reed's car and leave when Sheila would have left at 12:30. In order for her to be back at that home at 12:36, there is no way that you could leave any later than 12:30. Not possible. So then what time was John taking his last steps? Well, Lana, look. 12:31 to 12:32. He doesn't move for 5 straight minutes. Right here. John doesn't move for 5 to 6 straight minutes, but answers Jen's call and has already traveled 3 flights of stairs, right? And that started at 12:24 and went to 12:31. And what time the phone call was that he answered of Jen's was at 12:29 and 53 seconds. So he's alive there. Because how would he be able to answer this phone call, right? And then this would be, Jen would have basically already been like leaving, right? I mean, Karen would have already been leaving to go back to his house. So look at, he could have even been in a car standing right by the door, whatever. What's her name? I think that some of these steps have to do with at 12:24. Higgins meets him at the door. Hey, we're going to talk. Why would we talk in there? You know? It just doesn't make sense to me why I would text him and say, "Where are you?" if I know that you're at 34 Fairview. Like, that's impossible. Like, there's just no, like, think of that logically. But if I am Karen, I'm gonna say, "Where the fuck are you?" if I'm thinking that you're gonna be there at the house, or like you should be right behind me. Like, where the fuck are you? Where the fuck are you? I don't leave there and say, "Where the fuck are you?" after 6 minutes. And that's why she also didn't text him or call him before she got in the car to drive away at 12:30, because it was probably yelled through the window or whatever. Here, oh, hey, I'm just gonna get in his car. You know, I'll follow you back, you know, and drive. She just didn't see him go in. I know that she didn't see him go in. Each time we get a little bit more pieces of the puzzle or whatever, okay? But there is no way in hell that I believe that Karen Reed and the person that she is, all right, would not text him or call him before she would just drive off. Why would you do that? And then expect 6 minutes when you got home to say, "Where the fuck are you?" What do you mean, where the fuck am I? You just left me at the goddamn party. Like, that is not logical. But what would be logical is if Karen Reed was expecting you to be at the house. And maybe that part just hasn't come out yet on these little interviews that they're having with Karen Reed and Alan Jackson saying, "You're not going to release this yet." Woo woo. Sebastian says, "Here's my theory. After Karen drops him off, BH drove JOK a little down the road, beats him up, answers JOK's phone from Jen, and drives his body back to 34 Fairview. That's why Jen texts Jen to pull up behind me." Yes, there's going to be a part that I'm going to get into that. Because remember, we didn't get to see Higgins' phone. Who was Higgins calling that night? Remember, they did a subpoena to try to get those phone records? I thought Karen Reed was constantly calling and texting John. Not until she got back to the house at 12:30. Like, it was after 12:36 that started. It didn't start before that. So think about this. In order to drive back and be on the Wi-Fi at 12:36, you have to leave by 12:30. That means that John gets out of your vehicle at 12. I'm saying he gets out of the vehicle at 12. 21 to 12:24, because then from 12:25 to 12:31, the phone isn't registering any steps. So we know that he's not moving for 5 to 6 straight minutes. Then at 12:29 and 53 seconds, he answers Jen's call. And Jen said, "Oh, that was a butt dial." All right. Well, that means so she's saying that she basically was sitting on her phone because it was in her back pocket or whatever. Right? But John made it like that phone was answered though on his end. Who gives a shit what she wants to say it was? He picked it up and it was 9 seconds. So he's alive and capable to do something at 12:29 and 53 seconds. That would be, now this is what would make sense. Jen, in my opinion, called to say, "Where are you?" "Oh, I'm talking to Higgins and I'm talking to Higgins. I'll be right in." "I'm talking to Higgins. I'll be right in. We're in his Jeep over here. We just went for a drive." You can get that in 9 seconds. And so what makes sense to me is that I'll give Nicholas Guerrero now the 3 flights of stairs, that you went up 3 flights of stairs, but the actual steps, I'm not going to give you all 80 steps. That would be that. I'm going to give you half of that because it's like 10 to 12 steps that has to be 3 flights. So I'm going to give that to you. That was a circle jerking in the car, but I still have 40 steps then. And so those 40 steps would account to John O'Keefe walking from her car up to the door, being met there, then those two getting in his Jeep and sitting there and talking in a Jeep and then him telling Karen hey, I'll get a ride. He's going to give me a ride, something along those lines. Because that would make sense to me if I was Karen Reed, why I would not text John and why I wouldn't text him or call him before I was leaving. Otherwise, if I didn't have that interaction with John in some capacity, I would have to text him or call him to say, "Hey, I'm leaving. What the hell's going on? Are you coming or not?" Because then, and that doesn't happen. So she's already left, which I would believe at 12:29, 12:30, and begins to drive. I think that they had pulled up next to her SUV. He relays that through the vehicle to her. All right. And then what's his name? Higgins is driving off. Then when those idiots pull up, Maxon and them, they just see there's Karen. I don't know how quickly this would have happened, but it was nobody on the lawn, no nothing. There's Karen. Okay. And then Karen leaves. You didn't see, well, no, they leave before Karen leaves, they say, which I think that's interesting. But the phone call and the voice message to say, "Where the fuck are you?" is like, I was expecting you to be at the house or at least right behind me, or you even left before me. Where the fuck are you? Why would I say, "Where the fuck are you?" if I know you're at 34 Fairview, where I just left you 5-6 minutes ago? why would Officer John O'Keefe get in Higgins' vehicle after just arriving at 34 Canton? Because at 12:18, Higgins texted him, like, where are you? All right. And Higgins wants to tell him, hey, I don't want to do this in front of all these people that are at this stupid party. All right. Hey, I wanted to tell you. I didn't know how to tell you. And I just need to fucking tell you, dude. Your girl's been fucking, I've been talking to, Karen. Karen came over. She kissed me. She did like that. Like, that's why he would get into his car to talk. Hey, let me tell you, like, I want to tell you something. I have to tell you something. I have to get this off my chest. Whatever. And then John's like, what the fuck? They start fighting. In that trial, when I heard Higgins' testimony, like, do you guys understand that before everything went to trial, right? The first time that we heard about Karen having any type of, like, I don't know, flirtatious relationship with Higgins was at that trial. That did not leak at all. I didn't hear that at all ever, right? So we hear that for the first time at trial. Well, how come that possibly wouldn't leak that somebody did actually have motive to fucking get into it with John O'Keefe? And that would have been Higgins, right? There would have been motive. But that doesn't, no, that does, like, You guys do know that there's lawyers out there that when they hear certain things, they tell you, no, you're not going to repeat that. Nope. Mm-mm. And then has anyone explained these? So let me ask you this. If Karen was flirting with Higgins only to get Officer John O'Keefe's attention. How? If you're not doing it in front of him, how are you trying to get his attention? If that was the case, they would have talked at the waterfall bar. Okay, I'm following you now. I'm beginning to believe BH and Colin drove off with John O'Keefe and beat him up outside the house. Yes, I'm telling you, I believe that Karen Reed saying, where are you? Like, what the, where are you? And then if you think about it, remember, they have footage of her going there, but they don't have footage of her going home, right? To John O'Keefe's house on the library cameras and all that shit. I've always said, I'm like, I don't think that they were deleting those because of Karen Reed's vehicle. I think that that stuff's not there because of somebody else's vehicle. And so it would make sense to me if you see fucking, what's his name? Higgins, his vehicle right before Karen Reed's vehicle. But the FBI went into the house. There was a reason for that. Yeah. Awesome. What did where's Higgins's Jeep right now? Where's Higgins's Jeep right now? Was Higgins's Jeep ever tested? So if Higgins did it, he has something on Brian Albert to shut him up and go along with this. Today it was never tested. I mean, right? Where's the Jeep at? Who does he still have it? Did he sell it? Where's Higgins' Jeep? Why were they so adamant to talk about that Higgins changed vehicles? Why the fuck would he change vehicles? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna stop. I had this truck that we all were in, this bigger truck. I'm gonna change into and I'm gonna have my Jeep now. What? I can prove without a doubt Karen Reed did not fucking kill John O'Keefe, okay? But what I want to start talking about is that those people didn't see a body on the lawn. Those people would have witnessed Karen Reed. Like, why wouldn't you have Maxon and Richie and all these people say, if you guys think it's like some huge ass cover up, why didn't they come forward and say, yeah, we saw Karen Reed strike him? Like, holy shit, you guys. You guys just see what that crazy bitch did? She just fucking hit him and he went flying back. And I mean, all of those people would have seen this. So no, they don't see it. But they also say that they didn't see a body on the lawn. And it's because I personally believe that there was no body on the lawn. Which proves right there, you just keep it simple. And Karen Reed didn't kill him or didn't strike him because all of these people would have seen a body on the lawn. These people would have damn seen it happen. And then Karen Reed saying that, where the fuck are you when she gets home? What do you mean, where the fuck is he? And that never made sense to me. I'm like, why the fuck is she asking, where the fuck are you, John? Like, where the pervert? Like, and then she thinks, where did you go off with Higgins? You perv. Like, then it's like, why didn't she doesn't know where he's at? She doesn't know where he's at. There's no way that you get home and at 12:36, you're hitting the Wi-Fi, you're parking the vehicle, you're getting out, you're going in the house, you hear her heels or whatever, walking in, you hear it on the voicemail, and she's pissed like, where the fuck are you? Yes, this is making sense now. Yes, exactly. I'm trying to like talk to people about this to get this out. Yes, where are you? That doesn't make any sense for Karen Reed to say, where the fuck are you, if she just left 34 Fairview and he's in there. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, Karen would have to be goddamn shit can to not know where the fuck he is. And this would be why she didn't say to him, I'm leaving, where are you? What did Higgins testify to did Higgins testify at the grand jury? What about him spilling the beans to Unetti? Higgins went to the station to give all the cops a job, the cover-up job. Think about that. Why is Higgins working so hard? You think Higgins is going to go run around, be fucking Brian Albert's little gopher? I don't think so. Somebody that's working. Why would Higgins be going around doing all this stuff for Colin motherfucking Albert? Okay. At this point in time, Karen Reed is still hiding her. Exactly. And that's why. I'm trying to, if Nicholas G or another expert can get on the stand and literally Apple data will say, an expert will say, yeah, hills can cause you to go up flights. That can actually happen. Or if you're jerking your phone in a manner, because I thought it was complete total bullshit until I Google searched it and I did some investigating on it. And then I inquired about it through people that handle phones. And they're like, yes, Apple Health data, experts have testified that your data could be manipulated from like hills or sharp movement. And I said, you got to be fucking kidding me. That's why Nicholas G could say that on the stand. That means that somebody else could say that on the stand. So, okay, well then you're going to have to account for these steps then. Fuck the site, fuck the stairs, and fuck the 80 or fuck half of those steps. But you're going to still have to account for 40 steps and 36 steps. And if you focus on that, that's how I think you could attack it, which would be here. You have to attack this part. 12:31 to 12:32 and 12:29 and 53 seconds. These three right here is how you can prove that he was alive and that Karen Reed's gone. He answers Jen McCabe's phone call at 12:29 and 53 seconds, so that means he's alive. He answered it. Okay? And then at 12:31, she texts, hello? Then at 12:31 to 12:32, John's phone, 36 steps. Impossible for this to be from a hit caused by Karen Reed. Impossible. Karen Reed would have never been able to make it back. Also, all those fucking assholes would have seen it. Impossible. Were they not allowed to show this data in a timeline like this? I don't know what they were doing. I don't know what they mean. This is what you would do all day. This is what I don't know. I think that maybe they didn't think that they had to. I don't know. It just pisses me off that I would, if Karen Reed isn't, or I'm sorry, if John O'Keefe isn't in Karen Reed's car, John O'Keefe isn't in the house, John O'Keefe isn't in the lawn, where is the next plausible place that John O'Keefe would be, you guys? That's what you would say to the jury. And you would say, in somebody else's car, in somebody else's vehicle. The jurors could get their heads around that. The jurors say, oh, yeah. Actually, I never thought about that, you know? Yeah, it could be in somebody else's car. Talking to somebody. Talking to, let's say, I don't know, Brian Higgins, who actually texted John at 12, I don't know, 18 or 12:25 or whatever time it was. Why are you doubting he wasn't in the house? I'm not doubting that. I'm saying for a jury, you have to explain this to the jury. They just are going to hear 15 people say that this motherfucker didn't go into a house. Awesome. But they're also going to hear he wasn't on the lawn. Awesome. And we know that he wasn't at his own house, right? Because he'd be alive. Awesome. Like, let them believe that, yes, he wasn't in the house and he wasn't on the lawn. Okay? And in order for Karen Reed to be guilty, that motherfucker has to be on the lawn. Otherwise, Karen Reed did not do it. And for 15 people to say that they didn't see a body on that lawn when they were coming and going, that is unreasonable. If John O'Keefe was on the lawn. But it's makes perfect sense though that they didn't see John O'Keefe there because he wasn't there. So you want to go with that. You want them to say what they're going to say, which is John O'Keefe wasn't there. You want that. Perfect. Awesome. Great. Yes, yes. This is how you do it. You say, absolutely. Absolutely. So he wasn't on the lawn. Yes. Thank you. And you say it. Yes. And if Karen Reed would have struck him at 12:28 or 12:29 or 12:30, you were there outside, right? You would have seen that, right? Well, yeah, I would have seen that. And you didn't, right? No, I didn't. You would have heard it. You then would have saw a body. And you didn't, right? Because nobody was there, right? Thank you. No more further questions. No more further questions. Actually, I would ask each person this one, which would be, they're going to ask him, you were inside the house. You didn't see John O'Keefe go in the house either, right? Nope. Perfect. You drove by Karen Reed's car. You didn't see John O'Keefe in that car, right? Nope. It was just a female. Perfect. So then where's John O'Keefe? The state has not proven where John O'Keefe was from 12, basically, you could say 12:30 to 6:05. The state has not proven where he is. But these eyewitnesses have proven that Karen Reed, in order for her to be guilty of anything, John O'Keefe has to be on that lawn. And we have 15 eyewitnesses that say that he was not. And they're the state's witnesses. Nobody can put John O'Keefe on that lawn during that time. It's because John O'Keefe wasn't there. And the only plausible other scenario is that John O'Keefe was in a vehicle. I think 15 people would have seen if John O'Keefe would have walked in that house, don't you think? Yeah. Let them say that shit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And who's the one person that texted him, want to know where he was? Higgins. Who's the one person that supposedly left the party early after he just had a drink because they only had beer there? So who? Oh, Higgins. So it's possible that John O'Keefe then got into Higgins's vehicle to talk to him about the fact that Higgins and Karen were fucking around. Yeah, that is possible. Now that makes sense. Where the fuck could John be? Then John takes steps at 12:31. Karen's already gone. His phone's moving 36 steps after Karen is long motherfucking gone. Why is Higgins the only person to say that he saw somebody come into the house? Because if any of those motherfuckers flip on him, he's the last one with John. Reasonable doubt. Nobody knows where John was. You have to vote reasonable doubt. Exactly. Okay, this is so frustrating. Just needed to rethink it all in order to clearly to clear Karen Reed. Yeah, this is about clearing her. You guys, the jury is all that matters. Turtle Boy's interviews, the state basically proves that Karen Reed didn't kill John O'Keefe. Their own witnesses prove it. But the way that you have to show it to the jury is like that. Why would Karen Reed ask John where he was? She just dropped him off, right? They were just leaving 34 Fairview. What do you mean, where are you? You guys, it is impossible for Karen to have hit John O'Keefe after 12:30. Okay? This is 100% impossible. For Karen Reed to have hit John O'Keefe, she would have had to hit him before 12:30 in order to be on the Wi-Fi by 12:36. Because it takes, without any ailments, 6 minutes to make that drive. But wait, John O'Keefe's, he was walking. When was he walking, Lana? Oh, look at the data. The data is 100% indisputable when factually presented. And it's right here. Oh, wait, 12:31 to 12:32, John's phone, 36 steps. And you know what that tells me? That tells me that Higgins and John, wherever they possibly would have went versus going to his home, John gets out of the car, Higgins gets out of the vehicle, they get into it, beats the living fuck out of him. They fight. Couldn't those arm bites be from a human being or no? Could those be human bites? Remember the canine came back and they said that didn't test positive? Is Higgins a biter? I mean, I don't fucking know. I'm just saying, like, this is so. And then Higgins does what? Higgins calls Brian Albert. Brian Albert calls Higgins back. Just leave that part out. Those were distinct German Shepherd bites. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, then where the dog bites come in? I'm guessing outside, backyard. Chloe would have been out there. Can you pull up the GPS data on John O'Keefe's phone they showed in court? I wonder if it shows evidence he got into a car. Well, it doesn't show. What it shows is his Wi-Fi. It's like it goes out of. You gotta what? Listen to what Nick testifies to, and you could blow it all up. Kruger bites. I believe that they dragged his body through the backyard and the dog attacked him. 100. These people all panicked. Anyways, Karen's team needs to bring in another phone expert that can show us when John's phone rotated and moved. Turning it off, turning it on. But this stuff proves it's always bothered me. It's always bothered me that Karen Reed would say, "Where the fuck are you?" And I'm like, what? Why is she saying, "Where the fuck are you?" She knows where he's at. And I said, holy shit, she doesn't know where he's at. She doesn't know where he's at. Wouldn't you say something like, hey, what time are you going to be back from being over there? Like, what time do you plan on coming home here? I don't think when you get into a fight, you guys, that you're planning to kill somebody. Okay. They put him outside. Okay. That's what, like, if they would have just gotten him help with after like, okay, so you guys got in a fight or whatever, but then oh my god, then he hits his head, so then he renders like he's unconscious, you know, and so it's like he panicked, but you don't go get him help. She got into a fight. Because when someone said that has to be I think it was the prosecution. That has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That has to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Who would ever put a body on your own lawn, and you're trying to have some elaborate like cover up? Why would you put a body on the lawn of your lawn? Why wouldn't you do what? Where would and I'll tell you why. Because they had to take into account Karen Reed. Their little plan that they had was taken into account, well, what the fuck is Karen going to say? Karen knows. So like their little plan had to include Karen Reed and the fact that, yeah, we came over, like he was here, but then he got into the car with, Higgins. But if we put him back that he was here, okay, because Higgins was there, then it looks like John just was like, oh, I'm going to go. Oh, he must have left and passed out, drunk. I mean, what were they going to fucking say? That he got hit by a plow? Their plan had to include the fact that Karen Reed knew shit. And then they had to look at it as like, well, fuck, Karen knows me. She's going to say, oh my God, Higgins did this because fucking she's totally going to say my name. Just think about that. Think about their little plan. There's no phone conversations with them calling Karen Reed. 100%. It definitely was not. 100. I don't think the plan to blame Karen wasn't hatched until Karen got a hold of Jen. Until they fucking heard that they're like, holy shit, she cracked her fucking taillight when she backed up and hit his fucking car. Woohoo, Karen! John never got in Higgins' car. He went in the house. There was a fight with BABH and CA all stepping in. Chloe attacked to protect her owner. They called KA. He parked his to block the view. Karen, the only problem I have with this right here is John never got in Higgins' car. He went in the house. There was a fight. Okay. Is that you're never going to be able to get a jury to believe that because all of these witnesses are saying he never went into the house. So and it always puzzled me that Karen says, well, yeah, he walked to the side door, but she never says that John went in to the house. Okay. And so how do you get around that? This may be the facts. Okay. That may be the facts, but the problem is this jury, any jury is going to have a problem with if you try to say that. But just sticking to the fact that none of these people saw John O'Keefe on the front lawn, they would have all seen him. So what I'm trying to bring is another angle to show that don't have the jury make it seem like they have to pick and choose that, okay, if it's reasonable to think that if John isn't in that house and John's not in Karen's car and John's not at home, when Karen left, John's not on the front lawn, nobody saw him. Okay, then what's the other reasonable thing? The other reasonable thing is that John O'Keefe could have gotten to a vehicle. And the data that you have doesn't just, there's no data out there that would disprove that. And that's all you need, because the data can't disprove it. Anyone coming new in? Yes. Is to how to get a jury to see Karen Reed is innocent. Yes, 100%. Because saying you have all these witnesses who are saying John O'Keefe never came into the house. They're also saying that John O'Keefe's body wasn't on the lawn. You need to use that to your advantage. You need to use that to your advantage. And if you use that to your advantage, then you're also going to show that nobody saw Karen hit him. She would have had to hit him with her vehicle before 12:30. He's walking after that point with his phone here from 12:31 to 12:32. He takes 36 steps with his device. Don't make it seem like somebody else has his phone or anything like that. He's walking. He was in the same spot for 5 to 6 minutes where he did not move from 12:24 to 12:31. Looks like he could be in somebody's car talking. Okay. And it's not in Karen Reed's. And then that would make sense as to why Karen Reed, when she gets home at 12:36 and leaves him a message of saying, "Where the fuck are you?" She was expecting him to be like, "What do you mean, where the fuck am I? John, where the fuck are you? You're a fucking pervert. Like, you fucking pervert. Like, go listen to her orders of her. I would never be saying that. I would never be saying, "Where are you?" when I would just have left and I know where the fuck he is. Unless I don't know where he's at. Which is after you would get into a vehicle and then nobody sees. Then you have all the people that are saying that they didn't see Higgins's Jeep that arrived there. Okay, that actually helps you as well. It's easy for me to believe Higgins did this. The video, the phone messages, Karen Reed is logged into JF Wi-Fi. Nobody saw JO on the lawn. Where was he? Possibly with Higgins. Again, when people are drunk, but you don't want to say Karen Reed was drunk because you don't want to give the jury away to say, let's go with these lessers and say that she was drunk. So I wouldn't. They need to connect the dots, like Lana said, to tell the jury how this is a reasonable doubt case. Yep. You don't necessarily prove her innocence. You only have to show a reasonable doubt that she caused his death. I think he meant that didn't cause his death. Well, this is kind of what that shows, because it's unreasonable to think that 12 to 15 people wouldn't see a body on the lawn. Okay, at 12:30, there is no snow. You have footage that shows that there's barely any snow. Every single person says that John O'Keefe did not go into that house and he wasn't on the lawn. Awesome. And we all know that John O'Keefe wasn't at home, right? And now the data shows us at 12:31 to 12:32 that he took 36 steps. Karen Reed is 4 minutes away from being home. That cannot be from her striking him. If the jury's going to go back to deliberate and say to themselves, all you have to say is, the state has not proven where John O'Keefe was from 12:30 to 6:05. Their own witnesses, every single one of their own witnesses, nobody knows where John O'Keefe is from 12:30 even 12:24, 12:18, because you want to go off of Higgins' "Where are you?" text. Where are you? Remember, Higgins texts John, "Where are you?" So the state has proven that they have no idea where John O'Keefe was from 12:30 to 6:05, but John's data shows us that he was walking from 12:31 to 12:32 with his phone, 36 steps. And that is well after Karen Reed was already well on her way home, because it is physically impossible to make it and be on the Wi-Fi at 12:36. But you don't need to, his device was moving. But his device was with him, because that's what they showed, and that's exactly how they showed it in the pictures. Where's John's phone? It's with him. It's in his back pocket. That's where John keeps his phone, in his back pocket. It is unreasonable to think, unless y'all, then you want to let the jury start thinking about conspiracy theorists? Okay. Who has John's phone then at 12:31 to 12:32? Because it ain't Karen Reed. She's in a vehicle. So she would not be able to make that phone walk or move from 12:31 to 12:32. That's physically impossible. Karen Reed doesn't have to go and knock on the door, though. You have a phone. He has a phone. You would have texted him. You would have called him. Okay? But guess what? What's logical and reasonable for me to believe why I wouldn't do that before I left somebody is if they pull up alongside in another person's vehicle, roll down the window, I roll down my window, and they're like, here, I'm going to ride with Higgins. We're, on our way, we're going to grab a bag from such and such and, meet us back at home. Then there's no reason to have any phone calls or text messages. Then when Karen Reed gets back to the house and she's like, what the fuck? Where is he? That would make sense as to saying, where are you? What the fuck are you doing? Like, where are you? Because I don't know why you would text or call and ask somebody where they're at when they just left. When you just left them where they would, where they're at. And Karen Reed just doesn't seem like the person not to, that's why I believe that she kept on saying that. Where are you? You don't say, where are you? Right when you get home. 6 minutes later. But who gives a fuck? These idiots, like, the state's case proves that Karen Reed didn't fucking do it. I cannot get over that. I cannot get over the fact that the state's case proves that Karen Reed didn't do it. Karen Reed couldn't have hit John O'Keefe. Everybody would have seen it. Everybody would have seen his body on the lawn. None of that happened. And in fact, the state's own witnesses say he was not there. He did not go in the house. Okay. And he's not with Karen Reed. Right? So then where the fuck would he be? And the only thing that makes sense to me is that if he got into somebody else's vehicle, if he walked up to the door, there's Higgins to meet him. They start having words. Okay. And he gets in his Jeep. They start talking, and then he pulls over. And then those 36 steps of John at 12:31 to 12:32 look like could be the start of a fight. Then Higgins throws him back in the fucking Jeep. Something's weird about that. Something's very weird about Higgins's movements. Higgins goes to an after party, but he says, oh, they didn't have liquor, so I left. Higgins all of a sudden changes his truck. Higgins decides he's going to plow snow, but there's no snow, right? Higgins then goes to the police department at 1:30. Higgins is having butts outs with Brian Albert. Okay. How do we know that Brian Albert and Higgins weren't together? Okay. When they met O'Keefe at the door and said, here, yeah, come with us, get into the car. And it would be like those two in the car with him. I mean, there's just so many things, but what's interesting to me is that for all those people to say that he wasn't in the house or like if you go the route that all those people are lying, I don't think the jury's going to believe that. Even though that could be the case, like the jury's just not going to believe that. But if you just stick with their story, like, yeah, he didn't go in the house. Yeah, and he's not on the lawn. Awesome. So then where the fuck is John O'Keefe from 12:30 to 6:05? He's not with Karen. And in order for Karen to have killed him and for you guys to find her guilty, he has to be on that lawn no later than 12:30, laying there. And he's not. The state's own witnesses are saying he wasn't there. And they cannot account where John O'Keefe then is. And for that reason alone, you have to acquit Karen Reed. Because John O'Keefe would be right there. Period. The key cycles is so easy to blow up. Yeah, that's what I think. That's exactly what I think. And you know what, though? I think that he didn't take... I could see Higgins not doing the talking by himself. I could see Brian Albert walking out. Remember they said that they let Chloe out? Okay? When they said they let Chloe out? I think it is unreasonable to think that all of these people, like Allie, you need to use Allie. She wasn't drinking that night. She's not even able to drink. Okay? Allie, you came over there, like you said, to pick up Colin. All right? Did you see a body on the lawn? No, but I was there before all that. I wouldn't have seen a body on the lawn. Oh, okay, right, girl? Mm-hmm. Then you have what's-her-name's boyfriend. He then came over. He's sober. Did you see a body on the lawn? Nope. Nobody saw a body on the lawn. So where's John? Where the fuck's John? The dog couldn't have done the damage after he was placed on the lawn, accidentally let out after the dry body. Higgins could have brought him back to home after the fight. They panicked. The dog could have done the damage. Yeah. Also, there's a chance that he, is there any evidence that John could have woke up from hitting his head and then, I don't know. Or maybe he didn't, maybe his last part of hitting his head, like what's the, I just thought it was really interesting that Higgins was the one to say that John O'Keefe, that he saw a tall guy with dark hair come into the house. Who the fuck is he talking about? He's the only person to say that. And I said to myself, why? Why would he need to say that? Because he needs to make it so that John O'Keefe went into that house, that there's that possibility. Because if anybody was to testify that John O'Keefe got into Higgins's Jeep or was with Higgins outside in the front yard, it's almost like he was protecting himself should something happen, This man snapped his damn SIM card in half like 30 seconds after. I know, right? And I want to know where his freaking Jeep is now. And I want to know who changes their car. If those were two personal vehicles, the bigger truck that he took to the funeral, and then the smaller, then why are you needing to change from your bigger truck to be in like your little Jeep? And then it makes sense. Yep, stick with their stories. Doesn't matter. You proved reasonable doubt. And then I personally believe what makes sense, they weren't trying to hide Karen Reed's vehicle driving back to John O'Keefe's. Okay? When they had to get rid of, because think about this. When they got rid of the what do you call it? Where's like the ring camera footage of Karen Reed arriving back? It's not there, right? But also the library camera stuff isn't there, right? So think about this. The only person that would know that they would have to get and delete that stuff would be Higgins. I think Higgins's vehicle is on there. I think, what if Higgins's Jeep, like I'm talking about the library camera one, like driving, was it to really just get rid of Karen's vehicle? Or was it to get rid of, because like, I would just love to know if it was to truly get rid of Higgins's vehicle. That wasn't about like, oh, but why would that not be there? I was like, Can's not those people aren't fucking smart enough to think about, oh, you're going to be able to see her, her light. Mm-mm. Yeah, you got Allie McCabe. Yeah. I think it would be, it's just interesting to me that Karen's saying, where are you? Where are you? Well, what the fuck do you mean, where am I? I'm at 34 Fairview. Like, what do you mean? We need key cycles on Albert's Higgins' vehicles. So could that be why John's ring footage was deleted earlier? I think so. I just look at who's doing the most. Who's doing the most? You got Higgins running around like a little fucking chicken with his head cut off. Higgins didn't text her back. Great point. Yeah. Higgins, also nobody texted her, fuck texting her back. He didn't text her at any point. I was under the impression that BA and Higgins traveled together from the funeral and they went straight to Waterfall. Yeah, no, that's not what happened at all. They went to the Hillside Alley. That's why I went up. That's why when I did my trip, I wanted to go see what the Hillside Alley was all about. I just don't think I would think to myself, let me just go home because I'm going to change into a different vehicle. So I don't believe that. Okay. So I don't believe for a second that there was even a Jeep that night. Okay. I think that whatever Higgins was driving to the funeral, he had with him that whole entire day. But he needed to say that he had his Jeep, in my personal opinion, because if they were to ever look into his vehicle, well, I was in the Jeep. I wasn't in that 4x4. Because, would John O'Keefe's blood been in there? Oh, I went there too. Great dive bar, right? Just tossing them back. Chris Albert was there when I was there. I got pictures. I think he stopped at the Camp PD because people were wondering why he decided to move cars at 1 a.m. and not earlier when he was already there. I think he wanted to see if Karen Reed had made any phone calls. See who's working. Why would you go to the PD at 1:30 in the morning? What if you said, "Where are you?" because he wasn't answering the phone? When you're I could see that a couple hours later, absolutely. Absolutely. But to ask somebody where they're at when I'm just arriving back from 34 Fairview, what's the first message? Mm. She wasn't going to go to the door because Higgins was there. I don't think that she needed to go to the door. I think everybody's missing this part. I think everybody is missing this part. Fuck going to the door. Fuck honking the horn. You know how many times I've honked the horn? Like, get the hell out of here. Come on, get out. Like, let's go. Okay. So no honking the horn. No go. But why wouldn't you call or text John before you left 34 Fairview? Because she said she waited for a minute or two for him to come back out of the house to get her, and he never did, so she left. Right. So then how's John supposed to get back to the house? Why would she even think that John would be able to be at the house? How was he going to get there? I'm just saying, just think about what I'm saying. You guys, Karen Reed is innocent. Karen Reed is innocent. She did not kill John. Karen Reed's innocent. She didn't back up to him. She didn't do anything. I'm saying there is no way in hell that I am driving off, okay, leaving somebody because I'm pissed that they just fucked me, all right? And like, what the hell? I'm just going to sit here and wait. Then I don't text, I don't call, but then when I get to the house, I then call and start texting. Why? Who gives a fuck where he is? Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. I don't care. I left him. Why do I care now? Where the fuck? Where are you, John? Why you left? But I would be saying, where are you, John? If John got into a vehicle with somebody else, then I would, where are you? Where the fuck are you, dude? Like, where are you? I don't need to say, where are you if I know you're at 34 Fairview, if I just left your ass there. Fuck, like, I just left you, dude. And I'd be like, what do you mean where I'm? You just left me. What are you talking about? So I'm trying to put this in a different way because these jurors are dumb as fuck. All right. And they're thinking that she's trying to create like this, like she knew that she just hit him. So when she got back home, then she starts to say, John, where are you? Like, John, where are you? Like that's what they're like. That's what these jurors would be thinking. You don't think that that's what was being said in that room? And I would be over here like, why is she asking him where he is? Why did she ask him that before she left? Like, hey, where are you? I'm going to text you. I'm going to call you and say, hey, what's going on? Are you staying there? Do you have a ride home? Because I'm going to go. I don't feel well. I'm going to go. If you have a ride home, I'm leaving. I call, I text, I'm sitting there. Okay, you're going to fucking ignore me. Awesome. Then I'm going to go ahead and just leave, right? But I don't think that there's any way in hell that I leave there without texting or calling before I would leave. In fact, I know that I wouldn't. Sebastian says, your theory makes a lot of sense because all this data doesn't make sense otherwise. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we can only give what's his name, Nick Rarino. I can give you some grace on some of this stuff. Okay, great, awesome. But when we start talking about, okay, mm-mm. It's all about strategy. We need to get these jurors to get their heads out of their fucking asses because these jurors make me my blood boil, man. I could talk all day about these jurors. It's sick. It's sick listening to what the hell they were talking about in that room. It is unreasonable to think that nobody would have seen John O'Keefe's body out in that lawn. Unless his body wasn't on that lawn. And every state witness says that his body wasn't. John O'Keefe is walking after the fact with his phone from 12:31 to 12:32, taking 36 steps. The only way that is possible is if Karen Reed didn't hit him. Because if Karen Reed hit him at between 12:31 and 12:32, Karen Reed can't be on Wi-Fi by 12:36. You're gonna have to make it simple for these idiots. And then the other thing that you have going for you, which is the data for the car cycles, it puts it at Karen Reed's dad's house, her parents' house. That's that key cycle. So then you don't have that, oh, look at, yep, reverse, slammed into him, you know. The state provided all these eyewitnesses. Nobody saw John go into the house. Nobody saw John get hit by a car. Nobody saw John laying on the ground. Okay? We cannot ignore 12 to 15 people saying that. And it's not your guys' decision to say, well, if Karen Reed didn't hit him, then who did? That's not what you do back in that deliberating room. The only thing that you need to ask yourselves is, did the state prove that they know where John O'Keefe was from 12:30 to 6:05? And they didn't prove that they know where John O'Keefe is from 12:31 to 12:32. He's clearly walking and like his device is moving. We have no reason to think that he's not with his device. So where is he? Because he's not at 34 Fairview. He's not in the lawn. He's not walking around the house. I think that all of those people, they've all testified they're credible. They would have seen him. Make them credible. Fucking make them credible. You know, show how they know where people were sitting. They knew everything that was going on. Brian Albert Jr. can fucking give you a play-by-play of where people were sitting. What songs were being played? Who was doing dances? How about the 3 flights of stairs? What's up? Oh, well, it's been proven that other people have testified that are experts. Look, Google iPhone health data app can, if your phone is going up and down a hill or you make sharp movements with your phone, can it mess with your data? And it will say yes. And people have testified to it. Experts have testified to it in other cases. So I can give you the flights of stairs, but there's stuff that I can't give you, which is, okay, the 36 steps at in between 1231 and 1232. Make those witness credible and say that in order for Karen Reed to be considered guilty in any capacity, John O'Keefe has to be laying on that yard, and he has to be there no later than 12:30. And here we see that John is walking around with his device from 12:31 to 12:32, and nobody saw him enter that house. Nobody saw him on the lawn. And so John O'Keefe's whereabouts from 12:31 to 6:05 a.m. are unaccounted for. The state does not even know where John O'Keefe is. The state has not proven where John O'Keefe is. They're actually disproving that John O'Keefe is where the state says that he is. Like, wait, what, Lannis? Yeah. They said that Karen Reed hit him. Then they called 10 to 15 witnesses to the stand that say that he's not there. You guys get that, right? Their theory of the case. They then called 12, 10, 15 witnesses to come up there and say, nope, didn't see a fucking body. Nope, didn't enter the house. What? Nope, then we left. I arrived there, yep, waited there, talked to my sister. She was standing outside the car, 5 minutes. Okay. Did you see anybody hit anybody? Nope. Nope. Was there a body on the lawn? No. Okay, next person. Was there a body on the lawn? What time did you get there? Okay. Did you see a body? Nope. Okay. I mean, the fuck? So then where's John O'Keefe? He has to be there in order for Karen Reed to be guilty. And he's not. And you can point it out right here that he is moving from 12:31 to 12:32. But what he is doing before that for 5 to 6 straight minutes should matter. And you just point out that his phone doesn't move. So after 12:40 or after 12:24, his phone is and his phone's usually in his back pocket is not moving from 12:24 to 12:31. Okay? That's what? 6 straight minutes, 5 to 6 straight minutes, right? That's consistent with if he's not on the lawn, all right? If he's not on the lawn and he's not in the house and he's not in Karen Reed's vehicle that's now on its way to John O'Keefe's house, we know that he's not in that vehicle, right? So then where is John O'Keefe from 12:24 until 12:31? And the only other reasonable explanation for that is that John O'Keefe could have got into and sat into somebody else's vehicle. Right? Yeah, I guess that he could have, right? Interesting, right? Okay. And then John O'Keefe then could have gotten out of somebody's vehicle at 12:31 to 12:32 and took 36 steps, right? And at that point, when he was getting out of the vehicle and he's, I don't know, going what? To the backyard with Higgins after talking, get in a fight. Back there's Chloe. Attack all happens back there, and everything goes on right there. So all of these people aren't lying then when they say, we didn't see John enter the house. We didn't see John on the front lawn, right? So that's a possibility, right? The other possibility is that when he was in Higgins's car, that Higgins then pulls out of the driveway, right? Because remember, I was like, why is Brian Albert testifying that, like, okay, Higgins was parked in the driveway. Then he decided that he was going to drag the snow. Then he decides he's going to park in the street. And then everybody else is testifying, like, we didn't see no Jeep there, and it wasn't parked in the street, right? There was no Jeep there because Richie just pulls up and he would have basically plowed into the fucking Jeep, right? Yeah. There's no Jeep there, right? So then is it then possible that John O'Keefe's in Higgins' vehicle, they pull back out, they pull up to right next to Karen Reed's vehicle, roll down the window, and John says, hey, follow, like, you know, hey, meet me back at the house. We're just going to grab something, then we'll be right back at the house. He'll drop me off. And then that would explain to me why Karen Reed didn't text John and say, hey, you know, hey, are you coming out? Hey, but it would then make sense then when Karen Reed gets to the house, okay, that when she gets there, she gets about to be inside and she calls him and she's like, where the fuck are you? You fucking pervert. Where the fuck are you? Like, right? Is that what she was saying? And then you show the jury that the only person that was looking for John O'Keefe besides Jen McCabe was, ta-da, Higgins. Higgins texts John and says, where are you? Where are you? Right? And remember, at 12:29 and 53 seconds, John O'Keefe answers Jen's call. And for 9 seconds, they have a conversation. Like, where, like, and what would make sense to me at 12:29 and 53 seconds, it's like, where, what are you doing? Like, you're pulling away with Higgins. Jen calls, like, what? Hey, they talk for 9 seconds. Jen wants to say, hey, no, it was just a butt dial. I just butt dialed him. Well, that's fine and dandy, but guess who picks up the call? John O'Keefe picks it up. That means he's 100% capable, and he didn't just get hit by a car. He's answering his phone at 12:29 and 53 seconds. He should be fucking out damn cold. That would have been literally at the time of impact for her to then hurry up and drive away to try to get back on his Wi-Fi by 12:36. She cannot leave past 12:30 in order for that to happen. Why did Higgins and Albert say to J.O. at bar upon exit? I don't know. Nobody knows. Right? But what makes sense to me is that would make sense. I wouldn't have to call or text John to say, are you coming? Like, what's going on? And that's why when I left, like, go watch those little clipped pieces that whatever this interview with Karen, they start revealing more and more and more. Karen Reed's innocent, 100% innocent. Karen Reed didn't fucking hit him with her car. Karen Reed didn't do dick. Okay. Coco testified about the Jeeps where it was a word salad smushed in. Listen to it overload. She's crazy, dude. They're all lying about everything, right? All lying about, and you have to ask yourself, like, what are they lying about? What are they covering up? What's going on? Well, then I said to myself, why the fuck would John O'Keefe ever go to Brian Alberts' house in the first place? Even if they were invited, who gives a fuck? Like, I personally think that John O'Keefe has beef with Brian Albert due to his partner dying. You guys do understand, like, that they didn't even talk for an hour at the waterfall bar. John O'Keefe doesn't talk and interact with any of those fucking people. None. She was waiting from 12:19 to 12:30. 11 minutes is a long time when you're waiting in the cold. Why would she be waiting in the cold? She's in her comfort of her car that's perfectly warm. She couldn't knock because she was too ashamed. She left. Where are you? Is like, what the fuck are you doing? I think you're missing what I'm saying. You would text that or call before you left 34 Fairview. Because you don't want to go back out and pick up the motherfucker. I'm leaving. If you're staying, that's great. Do you have a ride? Awesome. I don't feel good. I'm leaving. If you don't think that a logical person like Karen Reed would do that, I think you guys are sorely mistaken. Karen Reed is logic. You want to know why she called her dad that night? Total logic. Hey, dad was going to ask her parents, hey, should I leave? Is a 14-year-old, you know what I mean? Like, what the heck? Like, if I leave, is that like, am I like, dude, that's logical to me. She didn't call her dad because she hit fucking John O'Keefe. So don't you think Karen would text or call? She's there. John's supposed to be in that house or whatever. Like, what the hell? I'm not going to wait until I get to the house to say, where are you? What? You just left me. What do you mean, where am I? The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I agree. She's smart. She's so smart. She's helping her defense out. And then, but I'm going to also tell you what lawyers do. Lawyers will tell you, I've seen it with my own eyes. They don't care sometimes what the exact truth is. No, just you're not even going to say any of that, okay? All right? You're not going to say anything. Let them fucking go with whatever the fuck they're going to go ahead and say here. We don't have to fucking disclose all of this shit, all right? And we're not going to. Think about it. And if you don't think it happens, it happens. I saw a lawyer literally tell somebody they didn't care. They never asked, hey, what truly happened that night? I agree. To this day, look at Karen, her brother Nate, and her parents. They all love each other. It doesn't matter how old. Yeah, 100%. Like, that's how it should be. 100%. Lawyers tell you what to say and not to say. 100. 100. She would call her dad to say, I'm on my way home. From what? From leaving 34 Fairview? No. You guys think about it. Think about it. Think. Think about it. Here's another question for you guys. If Karen leaves because she's just mad, right? I've been waiting here for 11 minutes. I don't call him. I don't text him. I'm just going to leave, right? But then right when I get to the house, I'm going to say, you fucking perv, whatever, blah, 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 right? And then I call him and I'm saying, like, I'm leaving, John. I am leaving. I am fucking, you're saying this stuff to do what? To try to, like, get this person to listen to the voicemails, to say, oh, fuck, I got to come home. Like my, my niece, my kids, like, so Karen's trying to, like, say all these things to get him to come home. That is what every woman does in a relationship. They act like they're about to do something. And so that I can get your attention to say, yeah, oh my God, I can't have they can't be there by themselves. I got to get home, Because think about it. Why didn't Karen just leave 34 Fairview and just go straight the fuck home? Why didn't she just go straight the fuck home? Like, I'm going to go home to my own personal house. I would love to see the Canton Police surveillance footage when Higgins arrived at 1 a.m. What condition was he in? Was he bruised? I want to... If I'm Karen Reed, I'd be like, fuck this bastard, right? I'm just going to go straight on home. I'm going to go straight home. Because how was John supposed to get home anyways, right? I would have went straight on fucking home. Because especially after everything that's been going on, why do I want to the reason that she didn't go straight on home and the reason that she went to One Meadows where his house was is because I believe that she thought that she was meeting him there. That's what makes sense to me. And then when I get there and I'm like, what the fuck? Where are you? You're supposed to be like, where are you? Like that's what I would do. I would say, where are you? You fucking pervert. Like, you're probably picking up coke from like these little kids or some shit. Like, I'd be like, whatever, dude. And she stayed because his kids were there and felt guilty leaving them alone, which a good person would do, right? But that's what I was trying to say. I would go straight home. Home meaning my family. I would go to my house. Like, I would, if I thought he was trying to pull some shit, and I'd just be like, okay, hey, you know what? It's like, if we truly got into some fight, why would I want to have the niece and nephew involved in our shit again? I'm not going, fuck you, dude. You fucking take care of your niece and your nephew. Getting in Higgins' car doesn't make sense to me. No way 3 flights of stairs disappear. I'm telling you, you have to see what a expert can testify to. And I went and looked at that and Google it. Your iPhone can be manipulated. And after I saw that, I was like, oh, fucking shit. Also, then you're going to have the ways and you're going to try to, they're trying to say, like, he wasn't even there yet. He's not there yet. So let them have that. Let them have that. Let them have that. Let them have that. Because if you don't let them have that, then you're going against the grain with saying that John O'Keefe was in that house and that nobody saw him, right? And that they're all trying to cover for people. And that's the stuff that the jury can't get their heads around. And they won't be able to do it in trial 2. Okay? Even if that's the truth, this is about Karen Reed's life. Make those witnesses credible that they didn't see a body on the lawn and they didn't see John O'Keefe go into that house. Perfect. Awesome. Show that he is moving with his phone from 12:31 to 12:32, and then that means that he could have been hit by any fucking car or any SUV by Karen Reed at between 12:21, 12:23, 25, 30. Because Karen Reed has to get back to that house to be on that Wi-Fi by 12:36. Have them take, not only are you going to have them go see the house and how small that yard is, and that there's no way that anybody would, they said they didn't see a body because there wasn't a body. John O'Keefe was on that ground. And if he's not there, then she's innocent. You have to acquit. The state's own witnesses contradict their narrative of how John O'Keefe was killed. Then you mix in the ignition cycles, and it proves that that was not the time that she was driving at 34 Fairview from Waterfall. So boop boop check. That was when the car was getting on the tow truck. And then you take that jury and you put them in a vehicle and you put a clock and you put a timer on there. All right, this is going to be in January. And you drive from 34 Fairview to John O'Keefe's house, and you pull into that garage and you get out of the car, and then you dial up a phone call. And you show that this is not possible. You show that at 12:29 and 53 seconds, John O'Keefe is not unconscious. He answers a phone call from Jennifer McCabe. Who cares? Let Jennifer McCabe say it was a butt dial. It's not Jennifer McCabe's movements we are fucking talking about here. Jennifer McCabe isn't the dead one. John O'Keefe is. John O'Keefe answers that call at 12:29 and 53 seconds. That means he's alive and well. Then he is moving from 12:31 to 12:32. That would be impossible if Karen Reed struck him with her car and rendered him unconscious. None of that could happen. There's no way that you can get back to that house in that time. And then we sit through all these people, their own witnesses say that they didn't see him there. They didn't see him there. They didn't see him there. He didn't go into the house. Make him credible. They didn't see him on the lawn. Perfect. Awesome. They testified at the grand jury. Same thing, right? Because you would have seen, yep. Okay, awesome. Show that it wasn't snowing yet. It's just the flurries coming down. You're not missing a body. They're going to see. They cannot take that trip to that house until after those people testify to say that they did not see a body on the lawn. If you take that juror's trip to that house prior to that, you're making a big mistake. There you go. You can zoom in now. Again, hello everyone. Lana is speaking on how to get the dumbass jurors to understand Karen is not guilty. Absolutely. You're making perfect sense. You speak the jurors' language. Yeah, that's why you have mock trials. I'm telling you. Thank you so much, Sandy, Michelle. This is these idiots that we have to get our. Karen Reed is 100% innocent. Karen Reed, 100% innocent. 100% innocent. The evidence that the state has presented prove it. So how is this getting lost in translation? Because none of that other shit matters. Fucking Jennifer McCabe Googling a goddamn thing? Fuck that shit. Who cares? Ford Edges and what people drive. Who cares? Higgins texting John to say, "Where are you?" at 12:18 matters. Higgins had an interest to talk to John. Higgins made it seem like on the stand that, I don't know, he just didn't like, oh, but didn't you text him? Well, yeah. When he just didn't show up, you didn't say like, I said, "Where are you?" Why you had all night to talk to him and you didn't talk to him at all? Why are you interested in having him at the house then? Rehearsing all of this really points to Higgins. It should point to Higgins. You guys know the type of people that don't fight fair. This wasn't a one-on-one fight between Higgins and John O'Keefe. I believe it started that way. But I personally believe that when you have punk ass motherfuckers that don't know what a fair fight is, and someone that's like, yeah, I want to get my licks in on this motherfucker too, because I hate him. You know? For the lawyers, or for the jurors to hear the messages that Karen Reed would have left, I think how you could soften that blow to hear that is because they're going to ask Nick, when did those text messages start? When did those phone calls start? Remember? And he said, and they say the time, you know, and she'd already connected to the Wi-Fi, right? Yes. And so it's like, well, wait, why didn't she call him before that? Before, like, she just left. So she just left him there, right? So then why when you get home are you saying, where are you? And pick up and pervert and all that stuff? I just think it would look a hell of a lot better to the jury if you were under the impression that, well, I didn't write him any of that because I'm going to break my silence. I think she should break her silence. I think it's about poor John, his injuries. He felt like hell. Makes me sad what they did to him. Yeah. This is all sad. But make those witnesses credible. But I don't think you can attack the witnesses. I don't think you can say that all those people are just, you know, lying, or I just don't think you can do it. That's what the jury can't follow. You think all these people are lying? It's like, no, make them all credible because they didn't see the body on the lawn. And it's like O.J. Simpson. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. If there ain't a body on the lawn by 12:29, then you must acquit Karen Reed. And the state has provided their case to show that they don't know where John O'Keefe is and was from 12:30 to 6:05. There's been no witness to testify where John O'Keefe was from 12:30 to 6:05. And their own witness, Trooper Paul, has now proven that the key cycle has to do with the tow truck. So then there would have been no trigger at the 11:59, which would have been the 34 Fairview trip from the waterfall bar. And there is no trigger in that key cycle. So therefore, nothing would have happened to trigger. And then so I think in order for, Jen and them to want to like cover this all up, it has to include, her family and the whole Colin stuff. And why would anybody but here have my phone? Like, I have nothing to hide. I wasn't fucking moving dead bodies. Here you go. Why wouldn't this have been just a tragedy that if John O'Keefe was hit by like a plow, or like you would have been calling Karen like, oh my God, what the hell happened? Like Higgins would have hit up Karen, call her, and be like, oh my God, wait, what do you mean John's dead? What do you mean John's dead? You guys understand that Higgins, after Karen texted and said John's dead, Higgins doesn't do dick back. He doesn't write her back. He doesn't call nothing. Nothing. That's wild to me. If you write me that shit, I'm gonna be like, what? What are you talking about? What do you mean John's dead? Or what Higgins could have says, yeah, I got a call from freaking Brian Albert this morning. I've been over there with them. Like, what the heck's going on? Karen, how did this happen? Nothing. And then nothing to say to Karen, like, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like he didn't even call her. He did nothing when she reached out. Nothing. And I said to myself, why wouldn't Higgins use it as an opportunity to dig in this and to get information out of Karen, to see what she knows and see what she's going to say? Don't you think that that's interesting? I want to know if Higgins attempted to call a lawyer that day. Why would Cal and Albert need to lie about him fighting? Say, yeah, I fight all the time. Yeah, I fight all the time. Instead of saying, nope, I don't fight. Like, why are you lying about something like that? That was a fucking jump. They jumped that man. You little fucking pervert. You little fucking pervert. What? Did John O'Keefe, Brian Albert, Colin, and Higgins all get in the car? Were they all in the car? Who was the one selling drugs? Who was the one selling drugs? Hey, I want to have a talk with you. So they all get in a car? Or they all attempt to maybe go in the car to start, and then they all get out of the car, and they all go to the backyard? I'm just saying, like, think. Higgins is sick. Higgins is sick, man. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that, Scooby. 100. After Mark Burrow's motions regarding TV's case, fun fact, yep. They are swirling down the pooper. Speaking of who's selling drugs, home across the street from Merjan O'Keefe, case tied into Craig, bodyguard or body found on the lawn of Meadows, friend of Collins. What the fuck? See, yeah. I'm just, you guys, this is all I have to say about it. If they got a bunch of people to say, just say no, John O'Keefe didn't come in the house, that's not all they had to say no to. Okay. Because then, let me ask you this. Why didn't they have those people say, yes, you saw a body on the ground? Oh, because then they would get in trouble. You know, so we all have to say that we didn't see a body on the ground, because if we would have saw a body on the ground and we didn't do anything, we would get in trouble, right? Why can't I just say, like, I didn't think it was a body. I saw something, but I didn't think it was a body. That doesn't happen until when? Julie Nagel coming out of the woodwork all this time later to say this, that she saw a blob. What the fuck? Anyways, this, that conveniently no one heard her say, yeah. Think about that. I'm at the timelines registry 1222. Nagel, my brother's truck, Karen alone in her SUV, John moving for the next 2 minutes. Where? 1222. Right here. That's his statement. Julie Nagel's brother arrives to pick her up. She tries to talk her brother into staying. $12.24 to $12.31. John's phone doesn't move for 5 to 6 straight minutes. But at 12:29 and 52 seconds or 53 seconds, it does answer Jen McCabe's call for 9 seconds. Remember how Jen McCabe was talking about how she was up and down, walking around and seeing all this shit? Jen McCabe 100% is in the same spot from 12:25 to 12:35 because she has her watch on and she does not move. So it's like she's sitting down. Jen called John's phone for 9 seconds. Jen deleted that. And that was at 12:29 and 53 seconds. John answered it. That means that John wasn't getting hit by a fucking car. Okay. He answered it while he is still sitting in the same spot. Like, it would be like he was sitting, if he's not in the house, sitting somewhere, because John isn't moving from 12:24 to 12:31. So when John answers this alleged butt dial, he's sitting down somewhere. All right. And that's why I believe that he was sitting in someone's car. Then 12:31, Jen texts, hello. After you just talked to him at 12:29 and 53 seconds, then that means 1 minute later you texted him and say hello. What the fuck are you doing? Then hello. Then at 12:31, at that same time that hello text is happening, that he didn't respond to, 12:31 to 12:32, 36 steps. Sitting in the car and doing drugs, maybe. 12:35 to 12:45. So then Jen waits. Like I said, she doesn't move from 12:25 to 12:35. 10 straight minutes. That bitch is not moving. Okay? It's like they're in fucking cars, you guys. It's weird. It's like it's very interesting. Okay? Because then 4 minutes later, basically after she texts hello, 4 minutes later, she starts her movement. She starts walking. And it's like, what if she gets then out of a vehicle again? So she goes into a vehicle. Where's Jen over here when her ass? Jen McCabe receives a call from John 36 seconds at 12:18. Jen called. I want to go back and take a look at this. There's more texts in here. 12:21, she's texting. Here, question mark. 12:21. Which had been right before 12:22. So then like Nagel not seeing John would make sense, right? And then when they pull away though, they see that John's not in her car, right? Jen McCabe's walking around. I say that she's walking around 34 Fairview. 12:40 to 12. She says, okay, John's phone text. Jen texts again and says, pull up behind me. Pull up behind me. Why the fuck would you text him that at 12:40? 12:40. Remember, Karen Reed is already at home for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. And remember, she testifies that she saw some black-looking SUV that was parked where Karen Reed was parked. She says that she saw that at 12:45. Pull up behind me. But did Jen think that John O'Keefe was in actually somebody else's car? And that he maybe wasn't all fucked up yet? Like, this is just wild. Karen had been home for 4 minutes. But also Karen had just sent the text message and the phone call at 12:36, right? Right after that, 12:37. Saying, what the fuck, John, you pervert? Where the fuck are you? That type of shit. Then 12:41, John's phone. Jen McCabe calls John, goes unanswered. 12:41 to 12:43. Jen, 16 steps. 12:41, John's phone, missed call. Missed call. 12:43, missed call. 12:45, Jen texts John and says, hello. 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. 2:27, how long does it take to die in the cold? Perfect example why defense should stay quiet until trial. Because he was in Higgins's car. That's what I think. Like, why do you think she kept saying hello, hello? Like, were they supposed to go pick up something? Were they? It's very interesting. It's very weird. You know? You guys, so in the Delphi case, the jurors to like the voir dire is in Fort Wayne. I'm going to it. I want to see what questions are asked of these jurors because I want to see if I would pick the people that they're picking. So those missed calls make me think she was trying to locate his phone. 100. They could have been trying to locate his phone. Because if it fell into Higgins' truck, they give it yes, 100%. That looks like missed call. But also, these are sounds as this John's phone. Miss. Look at that. It got lost in Higgins' car. Exactly. You guys, I'm telling you, man. By the way, Higgy still has his Jeep, probably been cleaned with bleach more than once. I just think these jurors are just going to believe what all these people say that there was no body on the lawn. So go with that. And then nobody walked into that house. Go with that. Go with that. Because that means Karen Reed didn't do it. Many people involved. Look how these people have acted. They all swore the same. But was he wearing gloves when he cleaned with bleach? The text was to see what sound it made. There's trolls. I have no idea. I can't ever see the trolls. They can troll the way they want. This is just me showing that how do we get idiot jurors to not be idiots? Yeah. Sitting in the car and doing some drugs. That's where people do their drugs. They do drugs in cars. Yep, use a kiss. Yep. All right, guys, we'll see you on the flip side. Join me later for this Idaho 4 big bomb release. I don't know why people are saying that Kaylee's car was smashed out. I don't get it. That definitely wasn't the case. Peace out, Girl Scouts.